Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Tharaka Nithi Governor Muthomi Njuki has hit back at Democracy for Citizens Party leader Rigathi Gachagua over claims that the 2027 elections could be rigged. Speaking at Shera Market in Chuka, Tharaka Nithi County, where he was drumming up support for President William Ruto and Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, Njuki dismissed Gachagua's claims as baseless. The governor said Gachagua is simply not ready for the 2027 elections and accused him of trying to create unnecessary political tension.
Anataka kuweka Wakenya uoga, kuleta furugo, akisema kwamba ati kura za 2027 zinaenda kuibiwa. Unaweza juaje kura za 2027 zinaenda kuibiwa tukiwa 2026 na bado watu wajajitayarisha, wajazuia kupiga kura, unajuaje zinaenda kuibiwa?
President William Ruto has acknowledged failures by his administration in handling the 2024 Gen Z protest and the 2025 anniversary demonstrations, saying no blood should have been shed during the protest. Ruto, who in 2024 described the demonstrations as treasonous, has now directed investigations into deaths, alleged abductions, and cases of excessive use of force during the protests.
I recognize the pain that remains from the events of that period. Some families lost loved ones. Serious allegations were made concerning unlawful arrests, enforced disappearances, and the excessive use of lethal force. Every credible allegation of a human rights violation must be investigated independently, thoroughly, and transparently. Where wrongdoing is established, those responsible must be held accountable in accordance with the law.
DCP party leader Rigathi Gachagua has alleged that President William Ruto and IBC commissioners received kickbacks amounting to 2 billion Kenya shillings to influence a tender for election technology in favor of South Korean firm Miru Systems. Speaking at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport before departing for the United States last night, Gachagua also called on President Ruto to sack Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen and Principal Secretary Raymond Omolo. He accused the two officials of failing to take action against goons.
The tender for the procurement of the transmission system has been tailor-made for a South Korean firm, and there's a big kickback of almost 2 billion shillings going to the IBC commissioners and Hassan Joho and William Ruto. And that system has failed in every country it has been tried. We cannot accept it here in Kenya. It must be rejected in total because we want to have a free, fair, verifiable elections next year.
At least 389 people have been killed, while another 910 remain missing, including more than 500 foreign nationals in Nepal. Across the border, at least 3 people have died in Tibet's Jirong County, where 558 people are still unaccounted for. Among those missing in Jirong County are 260 foreign nationals, as rescue teams continue effort to locate survivors and determine the full extent of the disaster. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Oh, yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast. All the way from right now to 10 in the a.m. Uko vipi, uko salama? There's someone I've seen who's already checked in. That is MC Tonje. How are you doing, sir? And also, I know for a fact, kuna jamaa anaitwa Ndwati somewhere. So Ndwati, karibu tena sana, na wale wengine wote ambao wanajua tutapatana nao siku ya leo. Looking forward to an amazing show. Yesterday CT Muga wasn't around, but today he's here alive and well. Mr. Muga, uko vipi bana?
Yesterday I wasn't around. So you are going to say today I was around.
Yes, today you was. Today is you around. Today you are here. Yes. In the flesh.
Usijali, nitakujulisha kwa kikamilifu kile ambacho nilikuwa nikifanya jana na kule ambako nilienda.
Jana hatukufanya methali sababu manake because of why. Si unaelewa?
Mimi nakuelewa vizuri sana. So kwa ufupi wataka nirudie yale ambayo ningeasema jana
na leo
na niongezea leo, sio?
Sasa si ndio hivyo.
Sio kama tumepitisha.
Wewe ni msem bright sana wewe. Nilijuanga nilikuonanga hivi nikasema huyu jamaa mwenye akona nywele ya white, huyu ni msee for sure. Akona maburuins. Alafu kuongezea to make matters even better. Uko na nywele nyingi. So not only is it white, but it is a lot in its whiteness.
Yes.
You get what I mean?
Mimi nimeget baba.
Today 28th pia of August 2026. Nothing designated by the United Nations. So hiyo itabidi mumeangalia tu hivi mkikula, wanasemanga nini? Kula miao. Sababu manake because that is what has happened. But what is significant about this day? Well, several things actually. Let's wait, what have they done now? What is this? Allah.
What is this? Unauliza this.
Ni juu nimeshika mahali. Unajua nilikuanga nimeshafungua hiyo tab, then kwenda kuifungua tena zaidi ikapoteza kile ambacho nilikuwa ninakisoma. Lakini usijali, nitakipata tu tena sababu mimi ni yule msee. Unajua si kwenda shule bure. Meanwhile City, tupatie methali.
Yes, methali ambao tungeyazungumzia jana comes from the Western Sahara.
Yes.
Okay? Day has its eyes, night its ears.
Day
has its eyes, night its ears. Okay, najua wewe
nimeshakupata
kule unakotoka. Ungesema day has its eyes and night has its ears. Hiyo nimeshika.
Yani ndio manake because.
Yes, furthermore. Sasa hawa wanasema hivi, tena wacha nirudie.
Urudia.
Day has its eyes, night its ears.
Okay.
Right.
Sasa, according to me, you know the day is when the people that have got sight usually thrive. You know, you and I, for example, because we can see. Even when we wear machone, we can see clearly. But when darkness falls, you have got to use your senses of hearing because your sight isn't that good. You have got to understand your surrounding using the senses of sound, just like other animals such as bats, you know, cockroaches and so on and so forth. Kwa hivyo, kila kitu kiko na advantage yake, kila kitu kiko na uzuri wake, kila kitu kiko na its own powers or its own goodness or its own goodies or its own sumelewa kinasema.
Bro, umejaribu sana.
But nimepata.
Nimeshukuru.
Lakini nimepata.
Umeipata baba.
Bas.
Kizungu wanasema spot on.
It's spot on, man. Spot on.
Sasa.
Yes.
Leo.
Today.
Yes, sir. Today. Okay? If someone brags about the pasture of another country, continue to graze yours.
Western Sahara wako na pasture?
Iko, unafikiria nchi nzima ni jangwa?
Ngamia zako zinakulanga nini?
Wewe unafikiria ni mchanga?
Aya, ati your neighbor pasture what?
If someone brags about the pastures of another country, continue to graze yours.
Okay. So hiyo ni kumaanisha mind your own business in one way or another.
Yes.
Mwenye anasema ati sijui huko, wewe endelea tu kulisha wako.
Yes, be content.
Relax. Usiwe na tashwishwi.
Kula na kuzungumzia aende yeye.
Wacha usikuwe na bugdha. Bugdha ama bugdha nini? Si bugdha niyo?
No, you're not wrong.
Yeah. Usiwe na bugdha yani. Usiwe na wawao. Usitekerenyeke figo yani uanze kushanga. Manaki nini? Mbona lakini sababu, you know? Yeah, we get it now. We get it.
Sawa.
I like these guys from Western Sahara.
Unawapenda?
Hii ndio tutapatia guests.
Gani hii ama if someone brags.
Hiyo ya maziwa. Ati maziwa.
Pasture.
Hiyo ya pasture hiyo.
Yeah, okay, hii ndio wageni ya leo.
Hiyo sasa hapo sasa ndio tutafanya hivyo.
Tutawapatia wageni nini? Malisho.
All right. Today in history, that is 28th of March. No, not March, but August 2026. We are reminded that in 2005, Hurricane Katrina alifanya kitu inaitwa strike. The massive Hurricane Katrina slammed into the U.S. Gulf Coast, breaching levees, or is it levees, the following day and causing catastrophic flooding across New Orleans. Ili breach hizo barriers was zimewekwa not to get over to the side of the land, and when it broke those, they are calling them levees, or is it levees? Levees. Levees, eh? Yeah. So the hurricane, the waters broke those particular banks, and they caused some massive catastrophic destruction of New Orleans, including flooding. Lots of people lost their lives, properties, and so on and so forth. I remember during this time, there's a friend of mine, he's now late. He passed away a couple of years ago. But I remember we were sitting with him watching this unfold on CNN. And I asked him, that's back in the day, 2005. I was like, Buddha, umesikia historia ya Hurricane Katrina? I was not expecting the response he gave me. This thing killed me. Aliambia manze jo, nasikia dema no watu huko US. So I looked at him and I was like, manze hata makarao ameshindwa kumshika. I was like, no way. And the guy was serious by the way. But we are watching the news. This is CNN.
Now, when you're watching the news, what else were you doing?
Because we're just, everyone was on their phone doing stuff. You remember that time we had the feature phones? You know the feature phones, right?
What on earth was a feature phone?
Mulika Mwizi.
That's a feature phone?
Yeah. It's not a smartphone. So the most you can do on it is SMS and make calls. And then play the small snakes game.
Snakes and ladders.
Snakes and ladders hiyo. Sasa jamaa tuko masimu zetu, of course tuna chat madem huko hivyo nini story zimeshika, and I asked him, manze umesikia story ya Hurricane Katrina? Anasema manze jo dem manze jo nasikia na watu huko US manze jo ati makarao hata ameshindwa kumshika. Do you know, I just paused, looked at him, and I was like, you know what, it's never that serious. May he continue resting in peace. All right, City, let's get into this thing that we call radiogeneration.co.ke.
Right.
Hapa wanasema hivi, Ichungwa to Ngodho, your all Kalau voters will demand results. But hiyo inakuanga kawaida. Tulikuwa tunajua hiyo. Lazima watu watamuuliza. But what exactly can this gentleman deliver in the short period of time that he has?
He can talk.
All Kalau MP Sami Ngodho has been warned that his biggest test will not be his performance on the floor of parliament, but what he manages to deliver for the people who sent him there. National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah gave the warning on Thursday as Ngodho made his first address to the House following his election as the All Kalau constituency representative. While congratulating Ngodho on his maiden speech, Ichung'wah said the new MP had limited time to prove himself to the electorate and would eventually have to answer to the people of All Kalau over his record. Sawa. All the best to Mheshimiwa Ngodho as he delivers for the people of All Kalau. At the con, no company has won IBC 2027 technology tender. Okay. Get ready. Wanasema hivi. The 2027 election technology tender has not been awarded to any company. IEBC chairperson Erastus Ethekon has said, pushing back against claims that the procurement process was already tilted towards a particular supplier. Ethekon on Thursday said that the procurement of the integrated election management system was still underway and that the commission had not reached the point of choosing a successful bidder. Now, his remarks came after the Democracy for Citizens Party leader Rigathi Gachagua questioned the process and alleged that an overseas firm had already been favored in the procurement of technology for the 2027 general election. Na alikuwa amesema it's a South Korean company called Miru. Wacha sana kuchekeshe. In case something was happening under the waters, chini ya maji, na walikuwa wameshapatia Miru hii particular technology ama hii tender, unajua itabidi sawa wamewanyang'anya tender. Tuambia sasa bro, umecheki manzejo sasa Rigathi manzejo amesema manzejo it's bad man. Rigathi has already come out, has already said that we have given you this tender and he cannot be right. So we need to get this tender away from you guys and give it back to the Venezuelans.
Not necessarily. Just operate function under another name.
Yeah. But now you'd have to register that company in a place like Mauritius.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you want the business, just do whatever you need to do.
Yeah. Then guess what? Then akina nani watakuja waseme we need to look at that procurement process again.
Yes, and
so hii company yenye imetoka Mauritius for example, muliwapata siku gani? Walitenda saa ngapi? Walideliver what kind of tender materials? How did you choose these ones? So it's an interesting place to be in right now.
People who are in that line of business,
wanajua hii kazi.
They will know what to do.
Wakitaka ku backdate records.
They will know what to do. In fact, any comment we make here is not just rudimentary, but it's ill-informed. Wanajua. They know exactly what to do.
Yeah.
If that thing means that much to them.
Watajipanga.
Sindio?
Haya. Next story. Where does this one take us? Kenya Airports Authority officially transitions to public limited company. Allah. Okay.
Sorry, I missed that one.
Kenya Airways, no, sorry, not Kenya Airways. Kenya Airports Authority officially transitions to public limited company.
Okay.
So inamaanisha nini? Hii inamaanisha hivi.
Ni biashara.
The Kenya Airports Authority, that is KAA, has officially transitioned into a public limited company, marking a major change in the way the state-owned airport operator will be governed and managed. In a statement issued yesterday, KAA said it had been incorporated as Kenya Airports Authority PLC on June 3rd, 2026, under the Companies Act of 2015. The new company was registered under certificate number PLC P6U58MWD as part of the government's ongoing reforms targeting state-owned enterprises. Now, the transition follows the repeal of the Kenya Airports Authority Act, that is CAP 395, on December 5th, 2025, under the Government-Owned Enterprises Act of 2025. A lot of legalese here, but wanasema now
that particular act, the repealing of that act is going to change very many things. That landscape of some of these state corporations and what have you will change tremendously. This is something that needs to be discussed at great length so that people understand exactly what they were, the position that they had, and what this current position is going to mean. It has to be discussed. Yes.
Nionanga siku hizi Safaricom wakijita Safaricom PLC. So Safaricom PLC na KAA PLC are the same thing now. Well, not the same thing, but in terms of...
But when you're a public liability company, it means wewe unauza sera zako na unauza share zako katika dini kwa
Nairobi Securities Exchange.
So wananchi watukufu wanaruhusiwa to own a piece of it.
That's to invest.
That's what it means.
Hiyo ndio lugha tunatumia siku hizi, ku invest.
Okay, to own a piece of it.
Yeah, but you are an investor. The moment you own a piece of it, you are an investor. You're a shareholder, now you are an investor.
Huoni ya kwamba nimekuwa mastaki kwenda huko?
Ndio nakwambia sasa, mimi nakwambia kwa njia nyingine wewe ni investor.
Na nimekusikia vizuri sana.
You invest in the shares.
Sasa investor fanya hivi.
Naam.
Kaa hapo na hiyo investment yako. Na tuendelee na habari.
Yes. Sasa lakini wewe utakuwa investor wa PLC.
Umekosa kazi asubuhi ya leo bwana.
MP seek greater KDF control over foreign military deals. So wanasema hivi The Kenya Defence Forces could soon have greater authority over how foreign military personnel train and operate in the country under proposals being prepared for consideration by who? By Parliament. The proposed changes would give the military a stronger hand in deciding whether Kenya should enter into defense cooperation agreements with other countries, which is called DCAs, and the conditions that would govern such partnerships. The move follows the ongoing disagreement between Kenya in the United Kingdom over jurisdiction in cases where foreign soldiers are accused of committing offenses while undertaking training in Kenya. I mean, what is so difficult about this particular situation? Why are we in a disagreement?
Are we?
Yeah, according to this story, we are in a disagreement.
And what is the disagreement exactly?
Over jurisdiction in cases where foreign soldiers are accused of committing offenses while undertaking training in Kenya. You've heard of the folks. There's a lady, a very famous case here of a lady who died, and it is alleged that she was killed by a British soldier some couple of years back. Okay, and that soldier has never been brought to book. Hajailetwa huku Kenya kuface charges, wala huko kwao tu UK haja face charges huko kwao. Yet there's a family here that lost
face charges.
Face charges?
Yes.
For real?
For real.
What was the verdict?
I do not remember what the outcome was, but he faced charges.
Okay.
Kesi yake ilisikizwa huko kwao. Yes.
So kuna familia yake yenye iko huku Kenya, sijui kama walikuwa compensated, na kama walikuwa compensated, kama ilikuwa adequate compensation rather, and so on and so forth. Kuna wengine wamedai ya kwamba they have been impregnated by these particular military officers from the UK, and the guys just go back to their country, leave them unattended here.
What was the understanding of the relationship?
I wouldn't know now because I didn't sleep with them. So.
Now you see, those are the details that we do not know. You see
But City, fine, it's okay, we don't know the details. But here's a situation whereby someone has born your child. So now what do we do about it?
The thing is this. Go back to the understanding that the Kenyan government has the British government regarding those soldiers coming to Kenya. Okay?
Yeah.
Issues like this, when they arise, it's an indication that they must be considered and they must be included in whatever agreement you have, that in the event that this, because you've seen it happening before. It didn't happen now. There are places in this country where you'll go to, you'll find many people, some are adults of mixed race.
Yes.
You think they came there already mixed and they came there already adult. No. They must have had fathers,
of course,
who came from other lands other than ours. So again, go back to the understanding, because that is what now will be able, it's the reference point from which you can be able to solve this. So if the disagreement is on what should be included in the understanding, well, they will sort it out if they want to. If not, they won't. But that is where I would start.
Yeah. Kwa sababu, let's just reverse the roles kidogo. Number one, if you're a Kenyan citizen, and you're training in the army in the UK, you will not impregnate some woman or kill a woman and then you just walk scot-free. They will deal with you there and then.
I do not know what our laws say about such things. I don't. Again, but we have laws that talk about paternity.
Yes.
Okay? If you are in our country, the question you're asking is, are you subject to our laws or do you have immunity?
You should be subject to our laws, in my opinion.
I don't know. So these are the sort of things that must be included in whatever memorandum of understanding, contractual understanding, whatever agreement the Kenyan government has with the UK. These are things that must be in there. So the problems that have arisen, this is not a time when you sweep them under the rug. This is a time when you address them.
Yeah.
It's not the first time, it's not the second time, it's not the third time. Yes. So
sababu hatutasema tu ya kwamba we have Kenyans in Kenya who have been either killed, maimed, impregnated, and there's absolutely nothing being done about it.
You see,
and investigations have gone on for years, and you're wondering, what exactly are we investigating?
I wouldn't know either. What I'm saying is, the Kenyan government knows the details of the understanding they have with the UK British government. Okay? With regards to their soldiers, when the soldiers come here, do they have immunity? Or are they subject to the laws of the country? What is it? And if they have, whatever the details are, these are the things that must be explained so that we understand it. Yes.
Aye. But there you have it. So, wamesema wanataka more control. Kama watapewa is a question.
Who wants more control?
MPs.
Control over what?
MPs seek greater KDF control over foreign military deals. So whatever deals KDF is going to be doing with foreign entities, MPs want to have much more control, especially on issues like that one.
They are not going to get it, but let them keep trying.
Yeah, but something needs to be done, surely.
Let me tell you, there is no complication here, apart from the hype. poll of the number of soldiers who come to this country from the UK, how often are young women killed? How often?
I would say not as often because I don't have stats. Because if it's something that
if it was often, yes. Those who get pregnant, we don't know. But every once in a while, we hear. Unless a complaint is raised, we don't know. Okay? So I am saying this. Whenever you have a situation of this nature, and the heart of the discussion is this, the vulnerability of these girls, in essence, somebody with a superior power taking advantage. Because that's what we're saying here. You are a soldier, you have might. You are a soldier, you come from a country that is powerful. You are a soldier, you have means. This person is
an opportunity.
Precisely. So you have an unfair advantage over this person. All right? We're saying, how do we protect our people? As you talk about the understanding of the Kenyan government and the UK, there is the question of how do we protect our people? Because that one we can do.
Samia reshuffles regional bosses and gives former MPs new roles. Two former members of parliament who failed to secure CCM tickets in the 2025 general election have landed senior government positions after President Samia Suluhu Hassan made fresh changes to Tanzania's regional leadership, appointing 4 new regional commissioners and transferring 6 others. Former Misungwi MP Alexander Pastori Mieti has been posted to Geita as regional commissioner, while former Maswa East MP Stanislaus Harun Nyongo has been appointed to lead Pwani region. The changes were announced on August 27th, that is yesterday, through a statement from Chief Secretary Ambassador Moses Kusiluka and signed by State House Director of Communications Bakari Machumu. The two former legislators had sought to remain in parliament by competing for CCM nominations before the 2025 general elections, but were unsuccessful in the party primaries. Mieti contested the CCM nomination for Misungwi constituency in Mwanza region, where he lost to Sliveri Luboja. Mieti secured 3,249 votes, while Luboja won the contest with 9,684 votes. Sawa. He had entered parliament in 2020 after defeating Charles Kitwanga, who was the sitting MP at the time. Mieti later served as Deputy Minister for Livestock and Fisheries. So all the best to those folks. Wajibambe bana. Because why? Because ni life. One last one before we get into traffic. Katiba at 16, Kalonzo remembers Kibaki Raila in emotional anniversary message. Acha tusome tuone wanasema nini. Here we go. The 2010 constitutional anniversary has taken a personal turn for Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who has remembered the late Mwai Kibaki and Raila Odinga as he reflected on the historic day they stood together at Uhuru Park. Kalonzo, who was vice president at the time, said the memory of the August 27, 2010 promulgation had become more painful after the deaths of the two leaders who shared the platform with him. He recalled how Kibaki formally ushered in the new constitution order as Raila and other national leaders joined him during the ceremony attended by thousands of Kenyans. The former VP said the moment carried the weight of years of political uncertainty, with the country finally adopting a new framework for governance. Kalonzo said one of the moments that remained firmly etched in his memory was the 21-gun salute fired during the ceremony. 21-gun salute. Other people that remembered Katiba Day yesterday were Boniface Mwangi, Dr. William Tunga. Walikuanga, I think walikuwa ni Uhuru Park, I could be wrong, but ni kama walikuwa wamepatana mahali Uhuru Park, and they had like a ceremony of sorts.
In fact, William Tunga was among the people who was honored on that particular day, because that is where I went for that particular function.
Yes.
He, together with Yash Palgai, and there is a legal scholar. I'm trying to remember her name. There were only 3 people who got those awards.
Yes.
There's state commendations that are given to people, and this one is specifically Yeni Shujaa wa Katiba. That is what it was called. The only person who was there was the lady legal scholar, who unfortunately, whose name I forget. William Tunga's medallion and whatever it is that goes to the award was received on his behalf by the Chief Justice. The Law Society of Kenya President and his team received the award on behalf of Yash Palgai. It's interesting that it was being commemorated in two separate places. It is interesting. But you know, the discussion about our constitution often, I think, talks about what it is our lived experience of the constitution is. And the aspirations of it are mentioned in passing, while at the same time, the history of how it is that we crafted that constitution, who we borrowed from. You see, among the countries that we borrowed from were the USA and South Africa. They were the primary sources. Okay, we were trying to understand how the South Africans deal with the limitations of some of these rights that they have. And again, what the South Africans did was they borrowed whatever it is that they had in that aspect from Germany. We're looking at how, look at judicial review, how to look at a presidential system from the US. But again, there's always the aspect of any constitution on this planet is aspirational. You see, if you look at, say, for instance, the freedoms that people talk about in America, if you talk about the end of slavery, 1865.
Yes.
If you talk about the rights that people then got to be able to vote, so that everybody could vote and everybody was equal in the eyes of the law, two separate things. Do you know that in the US it took 100 years for this to actually be effected?
Yes.
With the civil rights movements of 1965 and so forth. Now there's the other argument that right now with the Trump government, all these gains are being reversed. Okay?
Yes.
So when you say the constitution is aspirational, what also has to be stated is that the constitution actually has to be not just preserved, it has to be fought for. It has vigilance is required for it to be maintained. Let me just mention to you in passing, there were several sessions.
Yes.
First of all, there were speeches, AG, DP, President. Then there was a panel discussion. The first panel discussion, by the way, the sort of luminaries that were involved in these discussions are, my friend, it was a beautiful sight to behold.
Right.
Well, I'm saying this because I was particularly delighted to see some of these people. I'd even forgotten some of them exist. But office holders of constitutional offices, you have the AG, you have the chair of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, you have the Commission on Revenue Allocation, you have the Auditor General, Kenya National Human Rights Commission. These are the people in the first panel. Then there's a second panel which had now Vigogo, the people who were actually in the trenches when this constitution was being written, people like Mutava Musimi, okay, people like the former AG Professor Githu Muigai, okay, there was a representative from FIDA, there was a bishop of, did they mention the church? No, they did not, okay, and then there was the final group which was, now this one had the three arms of government.
Yes.
It had the executive, the president was there. It had the judiciary, the Chief Justice was there. It had
legislature.
Yes, Amason Kingi, and it had Boss Shulei representing the National Assembly. And the discussions, and should we say, they were illuminating, because I have never seen such a thing. And I've never seen the president being in a panel discussion with anybody. But neither have I seen people like Githu Muigai, Mutava Musimi, people who were actually there when these things were being done, and were actually there when we were promulgating the constitution, talking about what they had wanted to do, what they had hoped to do, and also what they had hoped to achieve. And then also reflecting on now where we are now, and what it is that needs to be done for us to actually understand. Among the things that came to the fore was people talking about something in particular.
Yes.
Mutava Musimi mentioned it on more than one occasion, equity. The understanding that as we have discussions, the focus ought to be on the members of our society who are most economically disadvantaged. Because to talk about devolution and the benefits and the grand things we've done, and yet we have a growing number of people who do not seem to benefit from this new constitution, brings to the question whether the constitution is the right thing. And then there were also discussions about not just the gains, but what it is that one needs to consider moving forward. Now, you see, moving forward isn't at that particular symposium.
Yes.
Moving forward is now. How do you get the citizenry to actually understand the Constitution? Because if they don't understand their rights, if they don't understand the Constitution, how can they possibly enjoy it? Or how can they even possibly defend it? Now, these are, in summary, the highlights.
Okay.
Yes.
No, very good highlights indeed. You've summarized it very well. But I'm sure even in the conversations today, this is definitely going to come up somewhere.
Yes.
All right. Let's check out how the roads are currently in Nairobi.
Traffic.
Aya, Ngong Road na shida. Pale Ring Road Kilimani, we have a few pockets of traffic, for example, the roundabouts, but everything else moving well. Southern Bypass is looking fantastic. Airport North Road, let me just confirm. Yes, Airport North Road is quite fine. Haina shida yote, haina stress yote. Inasonga vilivyo, inasonga vyema. Mlolongo, watu ambao wanaenda town, also looking fantastico. A little bit of traffic, where is this? Signature Mall. Why do we have traffic there? Oh no, wait, I get it. Pale Kasina kuna honga na stage, and that is what causes a huge traffic along that stretch. But everything else on that particular road is moving quite well. Like I said, Airport North Road, Outer Ring, Kimanyanja Road uko Savannah, Makadara kote kuko sawa. Huruma uko kote mko sawa kina Kariobangi. Then now we get to that place where you guys are usually jam-packed. That is Pangani area. But if you're coming from Kiambu, actually you're moving quite well. Hakuna shida hata moja hata yoyote. That is Kiambu Road, sorry. Haina shida yoyote. Yeah, so up until you get to Muthaiga, that's where you will get that huge traffic. But this one looks like maximum 5 minutes delay. All right. Sawa basi. If you see anything on the roads I need to know about, you can holler at a brother. And if we are being honest, Mombasa kuna kitu kweli? Hakuna kitu. Hapa Kengeleni ko sawa. Pale hii ni junction gani? Ukitoka pale Jambo Coast Pride Hotel pale, naona hapo ndio kuna traffic kidogo, because you guys are trying to get in there, all of you, because it's a roundabout. Beyond that, you guys are moving quite well. If you see something, holla at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Let's take a look at Taifa Leo. Taifa Leo says at the front page, Sifuna agonga mwamba. Ama ni swali wanauliza. Sifuna agonga mwamba? Msajili wa vyama vya kisiasa John Cox Lorionoco amefichua kuwa vyama vili vinavyobobea maneno muhimu yanayotumiwa na vuguvugu la Linda Mwananchi Movement tayari vimo katika mchakato wa usajili wa vyama vya kisiasa. Msajili huyo pia alithibitisha kuwa ombi la kuhifadhi jina la Mwananchi Party liliwasilishwa na Pius Onyango mwezi Julai 2026 na bado linaendelea kufanywa tathmini. Na hivyo ndivyo kumeenda bro.
Tathmini. Okay.
Hata hivyo msajili alisema hawezi kuhusisha au kutohusisha Mwananchi Party na mwanasiasa yeyote. Haya. Spika wa bunge la kitaifa Moses Wetangula akihudhuria kikao kikuu cha Papa Leo wa 14 katika jiji la Vatican, Italia mnamo Jumatano Agosti. Ziara hiyo iliinuia kuboresha uhusiano wa kidiplomasia, uhusiano mema ya kilimwengu, amani, matumaini na huduma kwa binadamu. Kweli huyu ndio Papa wa Roma. Is it a picture here with the Pope, eh? They're having some serious discussions indeed. Vita baridi ndani ya upinzani, ingawa wanaonekana wakiwa na muungano dhibiti, ukweli ni kuwa baadhi ya viongozi wanaonekana wakihama kutoka chama cha upinzani hadi kingine. But ni sawa hiyo, kawaida. Afisa, mama na wanawe washtakiwa kwa mauaji. Watatu hawa wadaiwa kuua Daktari Victoria Mutiso, katika ukurasa wa 3. Familia za Fionza Minofi ya County, EACC yafichua mtandao wa ufisadi ambapo maafisa county wadaiwa kutuma jamaa zao kupata zabuni. City wageni wa Crystal Palace leo usiku watapata na wapatachuana pale katika EPL. Vikosi hivyo vya EPL vitakutana kwenye mechi ya pili msimu huu mpya. Umesikia hiyo story?
Umesikia vizuri sana.
Watapatana pale, watachuana, na anakuambia kwanza leo ni Friday, yani Ijumaa. Leo itakuwa ile siku. Sababu manake Actually, this weekend, even the Bundesliga will be back. It's going to be an amazing one, eh? Last weekend, walikuwa wanacheza kitu inaitwa DFB Pokal. Bwana, that tournament is usually very competitive. You see, even teams that are known to be the best of the best, when it comes to that particular tournament, my friend, there's no one who's best. Everyone can be best. Why they don't transfer that into the Bundesliga, I don't get. It's like the EFL Cup, the English Football League. You will find some teams in the EPL, they are superior. You know, I'm talking about the likes of Akina Liverpool, Manchester City, Manchester United, Arsenal. But when they are playing against team in the EFL, also known as the Carabao Cup, bro, unaweza tandikwa na team kakoko tier 3.
Do they have their A teams playing when they have those matches?
Yes, they do. Hiyo ndio siku unaonanga Haaland, it's like he's blind. He can't see the ball, he can't touch the ball. That's the day you see someone who's good, such as Nunez. Jamaa anachengwa na kamuntu kametoka huko ushago huko, hata mjuangi ni ushago gani ametoka. Wanatandikwa, unapata watu wametandikwa 4-0. Unashangaa, hii ni ile timu huko EPL inakuanga number 1. It's really bad, man.
Look at it this way. If you know you're playing a first tier team, you put on your first tier game.
Yes.
If you're in the fourth tier and you're playing your fourth tier players, you put on your fourth tier. Yes. You know you're in the big leagues when you're talking to these people.
Yeah.
Look, the term Sunday best refers to you putting on something which you think is suitable for an occasion, like the suits that people wear. Okay?
Yes.
So it's the same way. If you're playing, you are a team XYZ in a place called WFP, okay? And you're playing this division, not Premier League. You know you're playing those people. You are going to play like you've never played before.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like yesterday, Chelsea was facing another team called Luton City. Luton Town, sorry. Luton ilipeleka Chelsea mbio. And I was like, what on earth is going on here, guys? Because Chelsea, on a normal day, if they were playing any other team, the first half would be looking at maybe 2 to 3 goals. But yesterday, first half, playing against katimu tumedharau huko mahali kana.
But that seems to be, is that not the same story one hears of the FA Cup?
Yeah, true.
So again, I think it is the teams who are in the lower divisions who now put on their A game.
Yeah.
Yes. And it catches these people off-footed.
Because they managed to win that game 2-0. And they were playing in their home ground. That is now... But I don't understand.
But number one also, the A teams don't consider, in my opinion, they play because they have to, but it's not as though they are putting on their best show, in my opinion.
Yeah.
They are playing, yes, but no.
You know, they have a new coach called Xavi Alonso. And you could see Xavi yesterday, he was looking at this game like, wow, guys, you want me to get fired no sooner than I was hired? Anyway, front page of the Daily Nation. Divided in defections. Competing loyalties as they push for a united front against President Ruto ahead of the 2027 elections. The opposition is grappling with political cannibalism as partner parties poach key leaders from one another and smaller outfits struggle to retain their bases. The switching of sides is not only raising tensions, but it's also testing the strength and weaknesses of the principals as they talk on picking a single presidential candidate. Yeah. So that story is on page 4. Game of numbers. Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, Edwin Sifuna, Dr. Fred Matiang'i, Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka, and Eugene Wamalwa. So wanasema hapa hivi, for example, in Kisii, shifting between Matiang'i and Edwin Sifuna, Kisii Senator Richard Onyonka, Clive Gisairo, tulimhost by day once, he needs to come back.
We did.
Obadia Barongo, Anthony Kibagendi, and Pauline Joroge. Aya. From Fred Matiang'i to Rigathi Gachagua, Yusuf Hassan, Kamukunji MP, Mark Mwenje Mbakasi, that is Mbakasi West, Amos Mwago, Stare MP, and Kanini Kega, Iala MP. From Eugene Wamalwa to Edwin Sifuna, George Natembea, Kiangai, and MP Jack Wamboka. But I know really. From Rigathi Gachagua to Kalonzo Musyoka, Jamlek Kamau, that is former MP, Mohammed Ali, that is Nyali Member of Parliament. Anyway. Watajipanga, man. WhatsApp to end free messages for businesses. Allah. Small Kenyan businesses will from October 1st face higher costs to interact with customers online as the popular platform begins charging for messages firms send in response to queries.
Which platform is that?
WhatsApp. You know, there's WhatsApp and then there's WhatsApp Business. So people who normal WhatsApp to go to sawa sijali, but the folks who use WhatsApp Business, now those ones will start incurring charges for certain messages. Family affair. EACC links county staff relatives to graft cases. This is very normal. It's nothing new. They should have dealt with this a long time ago because it is as old as the new constitution, perhaps even older. As old as the old constitution. Hii maneno ya governors, opening accounts in their families' names, it's not new. Umekuwa kifanya hivyo. Kuna jamaa fulani tumesikia alipatikana, ilikuwa ni county gani, I'm forgetting, had open accounts in all his family, all his kin's names, from the wife to the brothers to the children to cousins. Tengeneza pesa huko kwa county, toko na do. Mwingine akapatikana na 5 million kwa gari yake huko, na ni hizo akaunti za huko mahali kuna wanga na pumbi. Shangao jamaa anafanya na 5 million kwa gari.
Sini gari ilikuwa yake
Uko ushago.
Gari ilikuwa yake. Na pesa pia ilikuwa yake.
And the EACC gave him a chase. I think he saw them akajua, hey, anakuja kunishika. Katoka mbio.
EACC don't have x-ray eyes to know what you have in your car.
No, they knew he has gotten money from somewhere in cash form.
They knew.
And he had put it in his car and he was probably transferring it to where he hides the money. So they waylaid, wakajua huyu jamaa anafanyanga hivi. Walikuwa wamemsoma na wakajua jamaa alishikwa akipeleka pesa huko bwana.
Usually it is somebody who has told them, because how would they know?
Yeah.
And usually it's because something didn't happen the way it was supposed to happen and somebody was unhappy.
There was that judge who was arrested a couple of weeks ago by EACC. Alikuwa amepokea pesa, I can't remember how much it was. Was it like 100,000 to 200,000? I was like, Ken, you're compromising your career, your morality for 200k. So jamaa akashikwa hapo hivyo. So when the EACC cops appeared, because it's like they came out of nowhere, alikuwa amejificha, alikuwa amechungulia mali wakona. The moment he received that money, they were like, aha, how are you doing? So that judge just looked at them zile za I'm sure in his mind he was like, okay, how do I play this? Anyway, alishikwa. Hiyo kesi yake inangojea kusemwa.
Alikuwa amesetiwa.
Of course alikuwa amesetiwa. But by the time walikuwa na mseti, it means that he has been doing this for a very long time. Yeah. Haya. The Nairobian front page, Dr. Love, inside Senator's polygamous life. Kalalwe's kingdom is what they're calling it. Away from the political battles and bullfighting fame, Halwale runs a very different kind of kingdom. A sprawling homestead where 4 wives have their own houses. 17 children share a family compound and age-old Luya traditions still hold sway. Every building at Khalwalwe's Malinya home appears to have a story revealing the fascinating family hierarchy. Stories on pages 4 to 5 of the Nairobian. Power, pressure and pain, the untold story of Chemutai. A powerful career, a respected name, and a family she loved could not reveal the private struggles Rosemary was carrying following her tragic death. Whispers about marriage and finances raising difficult questions, while investigators work to establish what really happened in her final days. This story is on page 7. Chemutai is that lady who used to work at KCB, who was found dead a couple of days ago.
There's been a lot of fluff and a lot of things that have been said about it. Most of it pointing to that she didn't just die.
Yeah.
Something untoward happened.
Yeah. Stella Agara, why Sifuna should pick his friends wisely. That story is on page 13. Crime wave, insecurity sweeps Western region as gangs strike, on page 14. How did all the 9 new managers fare in Premier League season openers? That story is on page 40. And then last but not least, no sex, no gig. The dirty price of creative industry revealed. Behind the glitz, glamour and roaring applause is a disturbing world where some young women say talent alone is not enough to secure a gig. A new report exposes a culture of sexual harassment and exploitation. Read that one on pages 22 to 23 of the Nairobian. Over to you, City.
In the Standard, has just bang in the middle of the paper. Misplaced. Kenyans want reforms, not uniforms. Billions of shillings are set to be poured into new police uniforms, even as service remains plagued by underfunding, poor welfare, corruption, and allegations of brutality. With a fresh outfit barely 8 years after the last overhaul, questions are swirling over priorities and the company poised to supply the kit. As 6,000 recruits are unveiled in new colors, the bill could hit 330 million Kenyan shillings, while dressing 56,000 general duty officers could cost another 2.8 billion. Critics ask why it is easier to change the police uniform than the conduct of the officers wearing it.
Sawa.
There's a quotation here by Jaindu Kisero in the intelligence section of the Business Daily. Presidential candidates in the 2027 election must demonstrate a clear grasp of where our economy stands. Point well made, Jaindi. Point well made. Right. In the live section, the gentleman called Michael Njogu. Okay. He is the group's... it is a great time to be turning 50 for Michael Njogu, having just collected the group's CEO award, given not for seniority, but for being the best performer across the entire group. Okay? Yes. All right. Millennials and Gen Z's top in Kenya's newspaper readership. Younger generations aged 18 to 44 are the strongest newspaper readers in Kenya, driven by the digital access to newspapers, a new survey has revealed. I&M beats Standard Chartered with 9.3 billion half-year profit. IMN Group posted 20.3% growth in net profit to 9.31 billion in the half-year to June 2026, overtaking Standard Chartered Kenya to the sixth highest profit in the sector during the period. Firms face higher costs of new WhatsApp messaging app, the one you said.
Yes.
All right? Then bang in the middle of the paper, tycoons splash 33 billion in fight for cement market. What are we talking about? All right. Billionaires eye construction boom dividend. New plans and takeover deals grip the section. In the picture, there's Narendra Raval, the Devki Group chairman. There's Sarbjit Singh Rai, the Sarai Group.
That first name, Narendra, what? Just go back again.
Narendra Raval of the Devki Group.
Narendra, eh?
Narendra.
Okay.
Then there's Sarbjit Singh Rai. I'm actually reading it as it is written. It is Sarbjit. Okay. The Sarai Group founder. Okay. Then there's Edha Nahdi, the Amson Group managing director. There's a picture of these three individuals here. Okay. Three tycoons are locked in a battle for control of East Africa's multi-billion shilling cement industry, embarking on an expansion spree that is stretching their empires across Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. Sawa sawa.
Yeah.
See, that is straightforward.
Hiyo iko fiti.
Sawa sawa. Sasa unaweza kutoa salamu watu ambao
ambao wametusalimia. Acha nione kama Amos wako.
Yes, wako kama Amos wako.
Si ndio hiyo sasa. We have Tevin Amani. I'm saying, good morning, Mr. Mbuvi and City. Well, good morning to you too. Morris Andati. Not necessarily if the system works well. I'm sure he's responding to something. John T anasema hizi ads nazo mbona zinanifanyia hivi. John T anasema, hi Mbuvi and City. I'm John watching from Ras Laffan Industry City in Qatar. Ras Laffan City, Okay, in Qatar. Glad with the quality of discussions you guys hold. Mnatujenga sana even when we are far from home. Shukran sana John T. Huko Qatar, by the way, kuna jamaa mwingine pia kuna jina kama yako, John Mutua. Ama is one and the same person. But John T, karibu tena sana. Super Mwamba amesema good morning City and Mbuvi. Kevin Owang amesema hello Mbuvi and City, watching from Lusail City in Qatar. Kevin, kuna best yako pale John T, mko place moja maybe perhaps. Lakini wait, umesema uko Lusail, Mwingine akasema ako Ras Laffan. Okay. Sawa. Lakini Qatar si kana country kadogo. Si ni kama tu Nairobi tu. Unaweza toka hapa uende Isili tu patana na Jonte hapa si ndio?
Bro, out of the question.
Sawa.
Ati utoke hapa uende hata ukitoka hapa, just think of a place that is nearest. It's like telling me toka hapa Kilimani nenda Kawangware and you'll find so and so. Where will you find him?
Si unaenda hapo unasema ni aje natafuta jamaa anaitwa Jonte hapa hivi.
Then you continue.
Sawa. We have Willis Juma saying, good morning, Mbuvi and NCT. I have been in Kitui for a week now. Regional leaders have a lot to do. Bad roads and water are still a big problem to most Kitui residents. Yes, Willis Juma, you're right. There are places in Kitui, by the way, you will find potholes that can literally swallow a vehicle. Others, you find boulders in the middle of the road, like a huge boulder. Unajua boulder? Unapata kimawe kinatoshana kama meza. Unauliza, what the hell is this thing doing in the middle of the road?
Was it there at the beginning or did somebody put it there?
It's always been there.
Well, then it's you disturbing it.
Yeah.
Go around it.
But you wonder,
why must you build a road that heads toward the boulder? Go around the boulder.
It's a good way of looking at things, but you boulder.
You found the boulder there.
Respect
your neighbors.
Lukins anasema good morning City and Mbuvi and all Kenyans, welcome back City. Louise Rudasingo amesema good morning. Salam Mohammed amesema greetings from Minnesota, good morning City and Mbuvi. Ameuliza City sasa, hii ni swali kwako City. Do you believe it was rather unfortunate and perhaps ironic that the new constitution Raila fought so tirelessly to champion was ultimately implemented by individuals who had initially opposed it?
Well, that is the nature of of something like a constitution. It is a living document, yes, but it is aspirational. And you do not expect everybody who was even involved in the crafting, the drafting, the thinking behind it to have seen things the same way. For instance, it was mentioned by Githu Muigai that they had put in a parliamentary system within the constitution. They said this is what will give us a fair shake. It'll be representative of the people. But he pointed to Abdul Kadir,
yes,
whom he referred to as his student, who is also a legal mindset. But it's these politicians who then went and changed this thing. Yes. So again, they were the intentions, they were the purposes. But the thing that was probably left out in that conversation, in my opinion, was the way forward and how to steer it. We had the transition authority. Then we had the Commission on the Implementation of the Constitution. They were short-lived. Something as new and as momentous as a constitution should have had these two bodies staying on for probably 15 years. But that is now water under the bridge. Perhaps a new commission, a new committee ought to be formed to help shepherd this, because to leave something as sensitive as a constitution just to the vagaries of parliament who are new to it as we are, no. We have constitutional bodies that deal with specific issues in the country. There is need, not was, there is need for the president to see to it that a committee or a commission is formed that shepherds this constitution.
Actually, Justice Mutunga said yesterday, we gave birth to a baby called Katiba, and then we gave it to rapists and Suji what to raise it. I'm paraphrasing. I could be maybe hapa kwa rape naweza kuwa nimedanganyana, but he used the word and I was like, yeah. He was like, we gave it to some really bad people to nurture it. Hence why perhaps we are seeing the kind of troubles that we are seeing right now.
Actually, the people are just the people and they've always been there. The reason why we even have a constitution and the reason why, because it's a supreme law, and the reason why we have laws, it's not because people are wonderfully rosy, pleasant people. No, we are unpleasant. And we are given to all manner of mischief, and given more leeway, we are given to murderous activities.
Yes.
So there has to be a check. That's where the law is. And that's why you have bodies that are supposed to be that are intended to ensure that that broad check and balance covers all spheres of life within the country.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Katiba at 16. I think this thing we need to perhaps even give it an entire week and discuss, because there's a lot we need to understand, where the hits and the misses, and perhaps what we as the citizens can do.
There was a lot that needed to be done in terms of even just simply educating people.
Then there's that.
The Commission on Revenue Allocation and the Kenya Association of Manufacturers did set up a group that looked at the entirety of the country. Legal minds were given sections of the country. Their job was to get the sitting members of the county assembly or the municipalities or people who are in position of authority to understand not just the processes of lawmaking, because people forget what you call a county assembly is a lawmaking body. Counties are run by laws. They have literally everything that you find at the National Assembly. But people needed to be taught, they needed to understand. Not over the period that the Commission on Revenue Allocation and Kenya Association of Manufacturers were. No. It has to be continuous.
Okay. Tony amesema good morning RG, thank God it's Friday. Professor anasema no sound. Dot of Africa, good morning RG family. Can constitutionalism be part and parcel of our syllabus? Oh yes,
it should.
A conversation we've had here before.
It should.
Nuru anasema even at referendum time there was agreement that 20% of it had issues. Now I believe 40 of it needs a relook. Let's get into the news. I almost said traffic. Then we get back into this very important convo. Don't go too far.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has dismissed allegations that politicians linked to government bought a multi-million shilling house for its chairperson, Erastus Ethekon, to influence the 2027 general election. The claims were made by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, who alleged the house was bought between 80 to 200 million Kenya shillings. IBC, in a statement on Thursday, has termed the allegations false propaganda aimed at undermining public confidence in the electoral body and demanded evidence to support the claims. Mavoko Member of Parliament Patrick Makau is demanding answers over the alleged abduction of Jimmy Mutava Mwanzia, who has been missing since July 27th. Speaking in Parliament, Makau sought a statement on Mwanzia's whereabouts and the circumstances surrounding his disappearance in Mlolongo. He called for action against officers allegedly linked to the abduction and urged authorities to produce Mwanzia, dead or alive, hand over his body to the family for burial.
At the time, he was the company of the Officer Commanding Station, the OCS, Mlolongo Police Station. It is further alleged that Mr. Mwanzia was subsequently apprehended by police officers who are under the command of the aforementioned OCS. Since that date, the family and relatives have neither heard from him nor established contact with him, and his whereabouts remain unknown. The circumstances surrounding his abduction has also raised serious concerns regarding his safety and welfare. Further, this situation has also subjected his family to immense anxiety, distress, and uncertainty.
The National Assembly Public Accounts Committee has questioned Basic Education Principal Secretary John Ololtua over the decision to abandon the NIMI system in the disbursing funds to learning institutions. The committee also demanded answers over capitation discrepancies flagged by the Auditor General.
The moving from NEMIS and then you are in the middle there, you are not in the chemist, you are using a verification system in the middle. Was it a communication or do you have the approval communication from the ministry or from government for you to use that system?
This current disbursement that we have done, we actually did not use chemist because chemist is still being finalized. So we used the verified data from the field, the previous data that was used because disbursement of capitation is a process that's done every year.
Mwingi Central Member of Parliament Gideon Mulyungi says Life Water Canada can continue implementing its projects in the constituency provided it consults local leaders, including himself. Mulyungi says the issue has since been resolved, with the NGO and local representatives reaching an understanding. His clarification follows a viral video in which he demanded to be involved in the NGO's borehole projects and told it, quote unquote, take your boreholes back to Canada.
And they are good people. The only problem is that in the last few days, they had changed their operation style and started going to the communities directly without involving the community. And the community started complaining that they are not being consulted. Like where I was in Guuni, they said they found people there drilling a borehole which is not working. And when they went to take a photo, they were chased away. I didn't find that okay. And that's why I said they must work with the local community.
Malian music legend Salif Keita has cancelled his upcoming performances in South Africa, citing reports of xenophobic violence against African migrants. Keita's decision has disappointed organizers of the festival in the Free State, where he was scheduled to perform next month. The move comes amid protests calling for undocumented migrants to leave South Africa, with an unofficial deadline of September 30th set by anti-immigration groups. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. Tunangoja guest afike, but as we wait for the guest, there's a question here that CT, was it a question or really was it? It's a point. Yeah. Written by one Nuru. Amesema even at referendum time, there was agreement that 20% of it had issues. I now believe 40% of it needs a relook. Well, I don't know where he gets these percentages, but
I think the general what he's trying to say is
generally
there are issues.
Okay, but now there are much more. There are many more. Yes.
So 40 is more than 20.
Yes, for sure.
Yes.
Okay.
No, please.
Do we have a problem with our constitution?
My friend, there is no day you will not have a problem with your constitution. Because at the time we were promulgating the constitution, the constitution was addressing certain issues that had existed from the time of independence and probably even before independence. Okay? Now, if you compare it with the constitution we inherited at independence, which by the time we were getting to this new constitution had been amended, I think something like around 10 times.
Yeah.
Okay? This particular constitution has not been amended at all. Not really. It's the BBI that sought to amend it, but the BBI was a stillbirth. The aspirations of a people are captured in that constitution.
Yes.
Okay? That's why I say it's aspirational. You're always trying to ensure that you live by it. For instance, when you talk about the rule of law.
Yeah.
Okay? The absence of it is demonstrated with what we are now referring to as the Goonism, extrajudicial killing, that whose numbers seem to have gone down, the abductions.
Yes.
Okay? These are the things that point out to you that we do indeed have a constitution that is more than worthwhile, because in the absence of the constitution that we have, some of these things in an earlier time in an old constitution at independence were allowed. you could be detained. I mean, you could be taken and detained, and that was the end of that story, and there was nothing illegal about it. Okay?
Yes.
So, again, those are changes that most people, if you're born at a time or you came to an understanding of life as it is, when the new constitution was already in force, then you would not be in a position to understand what existed before. See? So, again, the word, it is aspirational.
Yes.
You are always trying to determine how best it is you can apply that particular constitution to everyday life. Because in the absence of it bringing about the fundamentals of equity and making everybody's life better, if it can't do that, then it's not necessary.
Okay.
Yes.
Nani Tony amesema there are countries like the United Kingdom, Canada, Israel and New Zealand who do not have a written constitution. How are they surviving? The problem is not the document, it's the people.
They have traditions.
Yeah, I was really reading up on this issue of the UK and its constitution, and according to the United Kingdom Parliament website, they are saying the United Kingdom does not have a single codified written document that serves as a supreme constitution. Instead, the United Kingdom has an uncodified constitution. Umesikia hiyo? An uncodified constitution. This means its rules are written down, but they are spread across many different sources rather than one single book. You can read more about it from the official parliament in case you're interested in this. But some of the highlights include acts of parliament, important laws passed by lawmakers. Examples include the Bill of Rights and Devolution Acts, common law, yani ni ile common sense. Okay, no, ni common law. Wanasema rules established by judges in court cases over hundreds of years.
That's called tradition. That's called tradition.
Hiyo ndio ulikuwa unasema tradition, eh?
Yes, it's a tradition, yeah.
Constitutional conventions, unwritten traditions and accepted rules about how the government should run. Hey! Historical documents, ancient agreements like the Magna Carta from 1215.
You see, when you talk of things like the Magna Carta, that was one of the first documented understanding that the people of that country had with their king as to how they wanted to be governed.
Yeah.
Meaning, and the king was called John, by the way, just so that you know. Okay? Saying, bro, this thing of you, God, divine, good for you, lakini, this is what we would like. There's something called representation, and we would like to have a say in the governing of our lives.
Right.
Of course, it was fought. Of course, it was resisted. But it was a beginning, was it not?
It was.
Yes.
So when for example, laws governing crimes such as murder, so I've killed someone, they will convict me using which law? Watachukua tu kitabu fulani nasema, bro, leta ile Biblia hapo, Biblia chapter what says thou shall not kill. That is the one that we shall use on you.
Actually, the tradition that you speak of is what they have done in the past when people have killed.
Yes.
All right? And how that has changed over time. That's the tradition. You only need to consider, for instance, in a country like ours,
yes,
different communities, different nations within the unified nation of Kenya have ways in which they deal, for instance, with theft. Traditionally, there are ways in which they deal with people who have taken other people's wives.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
That's the Bible. There are ways in which they deal with institutions like marriage.
Yes.
It is not written anywhere.
Right.
But it is known. Why? It is passed down. Yes, go ahead.
Now that you've said marriage, for example,
yes,
in Kenya, there's a law governing marriage, right?
Yes.
You go, you get married, IG gives you a piece of paper called a marriage certificate, you sign.
We've done one better.
Yes.
Traditionally, there are certain ceremonies that are similar to what you'd call a Christian wedding. And we've gotten to a point where Council of Elders can actually give you a certificate to say that you are married.
Where?
See, this is Kenya.
Council of Elders?
It's a traditional wedding. There are people who oversee customs. Every community has overseers of their customs.
It's very true, but for you to be recognized by the laws of Kenya, ndio mumeenda mukafanya koito, rorasho, ngasia, ndeo.
Please. Those laws recognize traditional marriages. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
And I agree with you, but I'm saying once you're done with your ngasia, you go to the AG and you register, or chief. Historia chief bado iko. You go, you register and you say, look.
When was historia chief ilikuwa? I mean,
unasema,
let's not mention the chief's names carelessly, shall we?
So unaenda unasema, okay, so me and this person, we have come together in or rather in matrimony. Then you're given a marriage certificate. So you don't have to go to church. You don't have to go to the mosque. As long as you've done your ceremony and it is recognized and you sign an affidavit, unasema for sure, on this day, me and this lady called, what is her name? Whatever her name is, we have done the thing. Then we organize and we get the certificate, and that is bound in law. So in the UK, I know they have marriage certificate for sure, but iko under which law? Because yetu iko imeandikwa vizuri sana.
All right, allow me to say there is also a term that if you're talking about the UK, there's something called a common law wife.
Yeah?
Common law wife. In Kenya we call it njoo tuishi.
Okay.
If you've lived with a woman for a certain period of time, the law considers.
No, hiyo kitu ilitoka. Hata tulisoma juzi kwa gazeti hapa.
Ngoja kidogo. Okay. So bro.
Okay. Nimetulia.
If you've lived with a woman for a certain period of time, the law considers that woman to have certain rights with you. Okay? The children that are born out of that particular union have certain rights because they are your children.
Yeah, those ones have full rights actually.
Okay?
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to tell you, these things are written down. But even if they were not written down, traditionally, if you got someone's daughter pregnant, even if you wanted to marry them, you paid a fine.
Yes.
It wasn't written. It was known.
Hiyo tunasikizana kama wazee wanasema ulivunja mguu mbuzi mguu, sorry.
Yes, exactly.
Lazima ureplace your mbuzi.
Yes. I'm simply trying to say this.
Yes.
Whether it is uncoded
or codified,
basic laws, but once writing came into being, the ways in which people conducted their business was written.
Okay.
So the tradition was documented. Now that documentation is a reference point.
Okay.
That is exactly what it is. Yes. So whether you're talking about New Zealand, you're talking about the UK, you're talking about Israel, you're talking about Saudi Arabia. Okay?
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi pia hawana constitution.
Si king yuko.
Si kuna sharia law. Yao wanafuata sharia law.
No. Saudi is not run on Sharia law.
What do you mean?
No, it is. Why don't you just check it?
Yeah, no, continue as I check. Saudi Arabia. Constitution. Sasa hii inaniambia nini hapa? Constitution. There, let's check it out. So they're saying, according to this one, come on guys, open. Okay, it will take a while as it thinks about this particular
The point
answer.
I'm trying to make, Paul, was this, even as I was giving you time to look for what you're looking for. You see, writing changed very many things that we know as tradition because we could now write them down.
Yes.
As opposed to it being an oral tradition that was passed down from one person to the other.
Yes.
And that is why the elders and the council, they then acted as, before AI and before engine searches, they were the encyclopedia.
Yes.
And that's why their relevance was actually heightened because they were the custodians of this knowledge. They're the ones who one could rely on to be a reference point.
Okay.
But the moment you start writing it down, the reference point may be the was but the reference point is also what is written down.
According to this one, they're saying that Saudi Arabia does not have a traditional secular written constitution. Instead, Article 1 of the nation's charter officially declares that its true constitution is the Holy what? Holy Quran and the Sunnah. And they're saying these are the traditions and sayings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. All right, to organize how the government actually runs the country relies on a constitutional framework documented as the basic law of governance. All right, so iko hapo again. We'll check this out, compare it to our own constitution and see what exactly it is our country is all about compared to other places. I'll see you right now though. Let's get into the conversation for this particular hour. We want to talk about power, politics, and propaganda. And with us is a political analyst, Mr. Kennedy Ondiek. Kennedy, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning, brother.
Uko salama?
Kennedy, how are you?
I'm good.
It is good to see you.
It's a long time.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Glad you could make it.
Yes, it was a little jam, but at the exit of Expressway.
Yes, there are points, especially near Bunyala Road. That one. Whoever planned it, the exit wasn't planned because there's always a jam.
There's always a jam. Yes.
You can imagine you've come all the way express, umepita hapo kwa ETC, unaingia main road, unapatana na traffic.
If you get off at the capital center, obviously at Nyayo you'll have to get jam. Or maybe many people who don't have the ETC get on the expressway, and then at the exit point
they still queue.
They queue.
All right, but glad you could make it nonetheless.
Thank you so much.
City has a methali. He will share it with you. You give us your thoughts on it.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week have been from the one country on the continent of Africa that is still being colonized by yet another country in Africa. That country is called Western Sahara, and the colonizers are called Morocco. Okay? Yes, they have a government in exile in Algeria. Morocco controls 7% of the country. Militarily, 30% is controlled by Polisario, which is the freedom fighting group of Western Sahara.
Yes.
Okay? If someone brags about the pastures of another country, continue to graze yours. Let me read it again. If someone brags about the pastures of another country, continue to graze yours.
What do you think?
What should I say about it?
How do you understand it?
When you said methali, proverb usually has two sections. One, when someone brags with the pastures of his country, you graze yours. Like when someone tries to maybe intimidate you or maybe behave like if he is showing off of what they have, then just struggle to survive within what you have. That is properly indicating that somebody should struggle to survive within their means. As a country or maybe as a people, we need to survive within our means. There are so many things which it can relate to. Sometimes it goes to two things. You find that Kenyans, some of us try to live imaginary life, some are also lying. Even our government, sometimes you realize that even the budgets we make are not even within our means. Even the way we conduct ourselves sometimes is... but so, you don't look at how others do their things. Just
focus on
yours and live within your means. That is my thinking of
it. It is an excellent interpretation.
Thank you.
Umeipata. Spot on, as City has said earlier on.
Thank you.
Power, politics, and propaganda. Let's start with the propaganda. Do you believe that Kenya is a hugely... do we have a lot of propaganda within our systems, whether it's in the news cycles or even just how government operates?
Thank you, brother. I think, one, I have to talk about yesterday. Yesterday is a very important day.
For
As
sure.
a lawyer, I think it's a day which I will request within our discussion, at least to talk about Katiba at 16.
Sure.
But while we proceed on that, I think as a country, we have a lot of freedom that came with the Constitution. And this freedom, especially of expression, has given the opportunity to different platforms to speak, and people speak at their whims. They speak as at what they think and as at what they deem fit according to what they want to achieve. You realize that Kenyans end up consuming everything because people are free to speak anything at any given time. Therefore, you find that we have too much freedom, and this freedom, being that it is not checked, especially what is sent out, we need to look at what message leaves the source to the recipient, because there are so many modes. There's a lot of media through which such information moves. And so I think that while we enjoy that freedom, there's a need for synchronized scrutinizing what kind of message leaves an individual. But then,
wait, you have said too much freedom.
Too much freedom.
Yeah. So just like too much volume, when it's too much, you reduce the volume. Are you suggesting we need to reduce the freedom?
We need to reduce not the volume, but we need to check the content that goes in that volume. Okay. The volume may just remain the same, but the content, what music, you can be in a club, but you don't ask them to reduce the music. Sometimes maybe they select the music. Okay. Or you can be at a place. So I'm not talking about reducing
the freedoms,
but maybe checking the freedom. That's why the Constitution gave us the two angles of rights, that these rights and freedoms are there, but they have limitations. So such limitations are supposed to be checked. So you find that why I talked about that is not to deal with propaganda, because propaganda might be allowed, might be a good information, though it is not true. That's now why I'm looking at which information is true. When you looked at what the government spokesperson said day before yesterday in his speech, he said that we need to look at the content we receive and look at the level of truth in them. So the government we have today is doing different things. And the side from which I speak is actually government city today. So you will find that when certain information come out, they don't come out correctly. Like I've looked at what even the media sometimes speak about different agenda that the government is trying to implement. Some of them like affordable housing, like the implementation of SHA, like whenever government speaks, it is in the mind of Kenyans that the government is not willing to speak the truth. Yet what is coming out is the truth. What the government is speaking is the truth. So sometimes you find that people end up creating other news for themselves, and then Kenyans also like fake news more than real news. In fact, bad news sells in Kenya more than good news, even if those bad news are part of the propaganda and the rumors. Like when you look at the headlines, the Standard Media, for example, and a few other media houses have had certain serious headlines. Some of them were true, some of them were not true. So you find that Kenyans really consume what is not true, yet they think it's the truth. So I think it's important that while we allow freedom of expression, such expressions should be checked so that we ensure that they are free, but also they are true, so that Kenyans don't make decisions. Because you see, we can make decisions based on falsehood, and those decisions must be dangerous to us. So every action we take, there is always a consequence. But now, if we take an action based on a falsehood, then you realize that our country is likely to suffer, not because we chose to suffer, but because we took the decision based on a falsehood.
Let me ask you something on Dieki. There's do you believe, or do you think, or do you know of instances where government has not been honest with the citizens?
Basically, a government has so many duties. One, government has a duty to protect you. Two, government has a duty to protect your neighbor. Government has a duty to protect all of us. So you realize that sometimes you may want the government to speak something, yet that which may be the truth might affect another. Let's talk, for example. I know sometimes people have blamed the government for not reporting correctly, especially when our army men, for example, suffer outside the country. These army men, or maybe these are officers, men and women, are having families. So there are certain truths which might not be spoken instantly as people may want them. You have watched even certain movies or series. You realize that as a person watching that movie, you realize that this person, why is he not speaking? Speak out. You won't, as you watch, you want them to speak out. But you see, inside that movie, they keep that character not to speak immediately. And that matter goes unspoken. But at the end, you realize that while you thought it would have been said, the movie would have ended there. So sometimes the government, the government doesn't want things,
the movie to end there.
You know, the government has a future. There's a futuristic planning of a government. You cannot be a government where when army officers, one army officer is dead outside, it becomes the big news by the government. No, the government has to check which information to be given out and which one is not to be given out. And that's why it is called Sirikali. Then they call it Serikali. What is Siri? It's Siri. There are things which must be protected. Number two, you cannot anticipate where the president will be the following day. While sometimes you give that itinerary, but you cannot give who will be traveling with him or which car he will be traveling on. So there are certain things which, there are certain things which must be protected. But at the same time, while I also stand on the side of the government, but as a political analyst, I also need to be very candid sometimes on things. There are certain times when our government also, and this is many governments make mistake. You know, an individual decision might end up being a government decision, yet it was made by an individual. So you realize that that's why we have the constitution. Then the constitution establishes the government and establishes what is called collective responsibility. So an error made by an individual at their own individual level, but they hold positions. You know, there's one person, the minister, and then the person in the minister. So the person in the minister may make a mistake. But it will be called the mistake of a minister, and then that is a mistake of a government. So the collective responsibility of a government makes them sometimes error, but not because the government wanted to error, because the cabinet didn't choose to make that error, but an individual made the error. Like for example, we have a case where someone says, like now we have a government and we have the Speaker of the National Assembly declaring in a public rally that MPs sell letters, TSC letters. You know, that is an individual rectangular, but then he's taken back to his seat of the speaker, and then the speaker is taken into the government, so that it becomes a government position. So it becomes very difficult, especially when we are individuals coming from different backgrounds, having different problems in the morning. You know, each and every person has personal problems.
Kenyans will not differentiate the speaker in parliament and the speaker, the politician at a rally.
And rectangular, the person.
Yes, rectangular at a rally.
Now that's the challenge. That's what I was coming into. I was saying there are certain mistakes made by individuals at their own individual level, and then that because they sit on that particular seat, they are judged by that action. So that's now where the person differs with the office. So, but then generally and overall, Kenyans will feel betrayed. Kenyans feel misused, especially when their powers, which they have given to those people, are used at the whims of those individuals, and then their personal behavior or personal conduct interferes with it. And that's why in the US and other serious democracies, people take to resign when they make such mistakes. Like I'm sure, but those utterances of the speaker, as he spoke them, not as he spoke, he didn't speak them from the floor of the house. As he spoke them, wherever he spoke them, might force him to take certain serious responsibilities, especially when MPs become agitated with that. So personally, from where I sit, and based on the fact that I'm a Kenyan who understands the situation we are in, and also I'm a consumer of those particular information, whether they are lies sometimes or whether they are truths, I find it very difficult. In fact, you find ourselves at a precarious position. You wake up in the morning, the social media is full of news, you don't know which one to trust, and you see the Kenyan government also, our KBC is also not very efficient, so we can't have proper channel of communication, so we end up consuming everything.
And that is why I say that the government, the initial question I asked you about whether you believe there are instances when the government has not been honest. You remember there was that scandal about fuel a few months ago. Fuel docked at the port of Mombasa. Kidogo kidogo tukaambiwa hiyo fuel imerudi. Kidogo kidogo it was discovered that fuel was actually offloaded and it is currently even circulating. Chances are we even had fueled with it by the time the truth finally came out. And even by the time individuals were resigning from EPRA and from the ministry, and I can't remember from where else, the damage had already been done in terms of how that communication was done. So, and we can go back and mention many other instances where Kenyans generally will believe or think that kuna kidogo serikali haikuangi honest. There are some Kenyans actually, if you ask them, they do not believe this government can ever be honest, even if you put the evidence before them. Uambie ndio hii barabara imejengwa, atakwambia hapana, hii barabara si serikali imejenga. So, and it is the government that has put themselves in that position. Why? Because they didn't put enough effort, number one, to be honest, completely open and fair about whatever it is that they are doing. When the president promised during the campaigns when they were forming the Jubilee government, he was talking about some stadia that was supposed to be built, and those stadia were not built even when they took office. You tell me how people will perceive that particular individual versus how they will perceive the government. It will be given a blanket condemnation that this government is not being honest.
Yeah, it begins with what the president said yesterday about the rights and then the duties that accrue to those who are given responsibilities. Like when the government takes over power, they take over power based on particular manifesto. I think let us come straight to that which you have said, for example, the stadia or any other agenda that the government has. Like the current government has a better plan.
Yes.
As their basic manifesto
yes.
which they sold to Kenyans. The president was analyzing, or rather is questioning, when they are supposed to implement certain policies based on the manifesto, and then some individuals move to court and question the constitutionality or the workability of that particular agenda. And then the president was like asking, what should be the remedy in case individuals question the constitutionality or the functionality of the same, and then it is stopped. And also, certain times, you can proceed to make a promise. One day I promised my wife that I would take her to Seychelles for a holiday.
Okay.
And the month was approaching, and the bookings were getting over, and she was very keen. She was ever checking, we are going to miss out. And she texts and even forwards to you those messages. But then you see, the tender which I did had not been paid, so I'm busy pushing the people to pay me. To pay me because I've made a certificate.
So you have to finance the trip.
Yes, you have to finance the trip. So I was pushing these people to pay me, and my wife is waiting, and she doesn't know that I'm pushing somebody. So the people of Kenya may be waiting for a promise made by a government, and the government is still collecting money. KRA has reported to the government that we still don't have money. But you see, the government, the president cannot stand and say, KRA has told me that they still don't have money. So they have to keep quiet, reorganize themselves, re-strategize on how they can implement. And so sometimes it is difficult that the government doesn't have that resource. Sometimes teachers are on strike because of late payment, or they want increment. Because maybe the government came in and say, we will ensure good working conditions.
CBA.
The CBS will implement a good working condition, because you have to meet teachers. If you want to be elected, you must meet teachers and promise them. You must meet nurses
doctors,
and promise them. And at the end, you will find, like when I wanted to run for governor, I said, no, I want to tell you, I'm going to change things. Then you reach there, you realize that there's nothing changeable. You realize that the budget is too constraining. And the problem which I have to tell you, my brothers, is that the government may change as to who sits on the throne, who is actually the resident of the State House. But the system is so inert. The system is the same one. The same accountant who was there during Uhuru Kenyatta is the same accountant who is still there during William Ruto. The same auditor, leave alone the big boys. These people who are replaced when the new government comes. There are some boys who are down here.
Yes,
they are always
the civil
there.
servants.
Yes, the civil servants. They are always there. You come to the treasury, John Badi has come there. But you see, they are there. They are these men who are always there. You come and find them. They don't move. They are always there. They are waiting for their 60th year to retire.
Okay.
And so you realize that it is something which changing is very difficult. Even if I become PS today, Sometimes there are things which I can't change because somebody is too poor in his or her performance, but there's nothing you can do to them. So that is the problem with the permanent and pensionable individuals, because there are very many there. That's why people should all go on contractual basis, so that any person, even you go to a school, there is a teacher who is at 54 years, he's approaching retirement. This person doesn't care. When a new principal comes who is even younger than him, he says, I've been here longer than you. These problems, we have known them. When you tell them, change your schemes of work, he tells you, I'll do it. And he goes home. And he says, after all, what will he do to me? And that is what is actually happening. So performance and result-based performance is really a challenge, especially in the government, where you come in based on election. At the same time, we are a tribalistic country. You find this person who was here was a tribe of this person. And this another person has come. Complete sabotage. You come with your ideas. That's why you see the Minister for Water is ever shouting. When he goes everywhere, he's shouting everybody. This one should not be this way, this one should not be this way. But at the end, he receives report from the same people he quarreled. And those people will just give the same report because they are procedural. They use the same template. I can tell you, even as we speak, I want to tell you a local problem. And it's national but local to every area. This government, Ministry of Lands. The government wants efficiency in the Ministry of Lands. But as I speak, if you go to many land departments in the counties, they don't have machines to print maps. I can give you, for example, you want to buy land today. You want to go with a surveyor to go and survey for you land. Those are very many. They look very petty because they're down there. But you realize that the officers in lands have deliberately otherwise interfered with the machines. Or these machines are not working. I have checked it. It's not something that I'm talking about. If you go to Busia, the machine for printing maps is not there. Kenyans are not being served almost 2 months. If you go to Bondo, it is the same problem. If I'm reporting the correct thing, and this one should go as a national concern. These machines for printing maps, transaction on lands, transaction on conveyancing of many things in the local areas has collapsed. If you go to Homa Bay, Ministry of Lands, that's a national government section working together with the county governments. It's a collaborative work. In fact, if you go there, you don't know whether it is under county government or it is under national government. But all in all, they say lands has been devolved. If you go there, you don't get the machine. If you go to the county government, they don't have capacity, they don't have powers to purchase that. That's what the Sia County is saying. That's what the Homa Bay County is saying, and that's what the national government is. So you'll find that it is not a mistake of county government, because these machines are still managed from the Ministry of Lands, because the maps are under survey. Survey is still at the national government. So you realize that there's a lot of challenges coming out to the main members of the public. We have basic things like health, but you need to sell your land because you want to go and pay school fees. You can't sell it because the surveyor can't come to ascertain the boundaries. So because the machines are not working. In many counties, even in Mombasa County, I was in Mombasa County, there's no machine. The machine is broken down. Sometimes the machine is there, but they tell you they don't have the papers. And you see, these are things which are not allowed to be done by private individuals. They are sacred. They are sacred to the government. So it has to be done by the government. So there are certain things which fail us as a country. They are very petty to somebody, yet they are very big to someone, because someone who wants to sell his land cannot do so because he can't get the surveyor to go on his land to confirm to the person who wants to buy that this is the real land. So because there's no one to print map, which is printed at 300 shillings, but it has stopped you from selling your land worth 7 million.
You know, some of these folks have been in government for a very long time. Forget the civil servants. I'm talking about the politicians. Some of them have served as ministers, assistant ministers. Some even came from positions in the name of PSAs before they rose. They broke into politics. Some were even directors. Some were MDs and director generals of parastatals. And they understand the bureaucracy, and they understand some of these things that you're saying, that kuna mahali vitu zinakwamanga na there's a way unaweza zikwamua. So when someone has been in government for X number of years, let's even say over 10 years, 20 years, and then they still get in there and they still make the same promises or utterances, making us believe as citizens that, you know, certain things will be done. Na unajua tu deep down, hii kitu inaenda kugonga ukuta. Why would anyone do that?
I think it's because at some level they actually think they can do it. Yes. Every time we comment on what individual, starting with your MC or MP, or just the leadership within a county, you will blame them and say, but this person said they would do this, and yet they are not doing it. Part of why you continue asking the question is because you never ask them what is preventing them from doing it. When you are looking at the position you want and what you think ought to be done, and when you get it, and then you try to do that thing which you said you would do, you'd find it is not as easy as you thought it was. There are very many things which are not as easy as people think it is. It is easy to talk about it, but to actually do it. Any form of government has structures, has processes. Believe me, those things, and as Kennedy has mentioned,
yes,
and there are people who work in that system who know exactly how those things work. They can be a great help or they can be a huge hindrance. If you look at members of parliament of the National Assembly, many of them who appear to be popular because they get things done spend most of their time in government offices.
Begging.
They don't sit in parliament. They go through parliamentary processes. They make sure there's a budget allocation for what they want. Now, to get that thing to the point where, whether you need to tender for it, whether everything else, before the thing gets done, you have to go to those government offices to talk to the people who actually ensure that those things get done. Parliament doesn't do that.
I think, my brother, I want to tell you that it can be that way, but also it can be because of another reason. Another reason is that some people come to look for a job, yet they don't know what the job entails. Some of our members of parliament.
There are many.
Some of our members.
There are many who want that job, but they have no clue whatsoever what is required of that job.
Allow me to give you an example. This is a pragmatic example. I have an individual. I will not mention a name, but he comes from our county, Homa Bay. I met him and he told me that he wants to run for the position of senator. And I asked him, why do you want to run for the position of senator for Homa Bay? Then he told me that there's a lot of leadership gaps currently which needs to be treated. Then I asked him, do you know the senator for Homa Bay? Maybe. You come from Homa Bay and you want to be senator for Homa Bay. Yes. Do you know the senator for Homa Bay? It's called Otieno Kajwang. Moses Otieno Kajwang. Then I told him, is there any senator in this country who can be said to have performed more than him if in case leadership is a gap? And you have seen some gap, because what Moses Kajwang has done in the Senate, if anyone in this country would vote, would actually call for Kajwang to be their senator, based on what he has done in Park, what he's doing. So I told him, do you know the role of a senator? Then he said, yes. Moses Kajwang is doing many things in the Senate, but he's not doing much at home. Then I told him, what do you want Moses Kajwang as a senator to do in Homa Bay? Because the senatorial oversight is a secondary oversight duty. The primary oversight lies with the MCA. So if you feel that there is leadership gap in Homa Bay County and you want to go and cure it, run for the position of MCA. You don't know the role of a senator.
Yes.
Because senator works in committees, and the best of it is that we have a senator who is the chairman of the most sensitive committee in the Senate and is doing the best job ever. So, in fact, Senator wachana now, because so far, unless Moses himself leaves it, he has done it. No, I'm not campaigning for Moses, but I was telling him, because I realized that he doesn't know the role of a senator and he wants to be a senator. I told him I don't think wachana na hiyo. If you don't know, go and look for the position of MCA. So, Banasiti, members of parliament, some of them came there because they saw some people getting rich because they are members of parliament, so they want money. Some are there because they want money. Some also have too much money, so they feel being a member of parliament, you have power now. Some people want power. I'm a honorable member. And some people, but generally, those who go there because they want to do particular duty of legislation, representation, and oversight are very few. So that is the same. Even Kenyans nowadays, I want to tell you, even these people who are not in parliament, those who are, even the directors, some of them are not looking for jobs. Some of them are looking for opportunities. So we have to differentiate between job and opportunities, to earn a salary or to steal money, because some of them are really desiring to be corrupt.
Not
because
some,
they feel so.
very
Most
many.
of them.
Yes.
So the moment Kenyans will understand that these responsibilities are very cardinal, very important, that when you sit on them, like you are seated on that, the questions you ask me must be those questions which are so good that when I answer them correctly, they give good picture to the public. Because that's the role of media. You are seated there. He's seated there. So that's what I was saying.
But Kennedy, let me ask you, why then is it that we have this inclination as a people to believe the worst of our political leaders? Because somebody will actually believe that Moses Kajwang does nothing. And when they say, you're wondering, does this person actually know what he does, or do they know what his duties are as a senator? And yet, the negative narrative is what is embraced. And you'll find this widespread, and you're asking yourself, what is it with our people? Don't they bother to find out what it is that this person is elected to do? And so that you form that as a basis by which to judge him? Or do they actually understand that what he is doing is actually what he's supposed to do?
I like today's debate because it will even let me explain something about the presidency, even about some of our governors. City, you know, I'm one of the people who thought just in the very near past to run for the position of governor for Homa Bay. The reasons I had, some of them forced me to take to the governor. Go straight to the governor and also go straight to the minister, the CEC for finance in Homa Bay. I think today our discussion should just be around there. You allow me maybe to use some examples. But I went to the CEC member for finance in Homa Bay to ask him, because you see, I felt from what I was being told, and the reason why I felt agitated to go and run against Gladys Wanga for governor, because people told me things. So I sat and then calculated. Then I chose to get the truth first. I went to the CC member for finance. I asked him, you did budget of this. Can I know where this money go to? Then he told me, people think a county government should do big things like the national government is doing. I give you 7 billion. Because we have a budget of 12 billion. So I give you 7 billion because for us we have 5 billion to spend. But let me add you 2 billion on top so that you tell me how you are going to budget with this 7 billion. My brother, I tried to look at it. It was making no sense to me how they could do it. It's difficult. And then I went, he even added me and told me, please, then Ken, let us go and talk to the governor. Yeah, I know when sometimes we do these things, people think that we are really stealing a lot of money. Let us go with you to the governor, and then we sit together. Then I went with the CC Finance. We also sat with the governor. And then the governor told me, Ken, after we have told you all this, I want you to attend one of our meetings where we are distributing money, because money comes monthly. And like this month, I want to invite you to our meeting. We have received 144 million. Which has come in this month, because they send it monthly.
Okay.
So in this 140-something million, we have around 87, which is supposed to go on salaries, because we have to pay. Last month we delayed, so we had to borrow from bank to ensure that our workers don't go without pay. That's the governor telling me. So we have to sort that out. And then we also have to balance it so that we distribute it to the contractors who have done small jobs, small contracts. I'm telling you, I was unable to distribute that money. These people undergo a lot of problems. If you want to be governor, you must understand, one, that you are going to deal with many things in 10 minutes, government departments, which require a lot of things. So somebody who wants to be governor, first of all, must understand the budget. It is not rumors that, this is being done. Why are our people not doing this? I saw some people saying, Nyeri County has done a big hospital. Why is here not having a good hospital? I'm telling you, budget is really difficult. Let me come to the national level. President William Ruto, for example, made promises, especially subject to Article 43 of the Constitution of Kenya, because it is within his intention that Kenyans live a dignifying life, as required under Article 28, dignity, human dignity. Article 10 does provide the same. So when we look at this, you realize that the government is having a lot of constraint in implementing this thing. But what do the people say? Outside there, SHA is not working. Outside there, they say affordable housing is bad. But when you look at the affordable housing, if you look at SHA, the president the other day was on town hall. He explained how that thing works. And if you look at how SHA is working today, even all of you, my brothers, you can go to a hostel today, any public hostel, and know the truth. The truth which the people opposed to the government don't want to say. It is very easy to oppose the government. In fact, when you want to if you want City and your team to call you every day, you must be really hitting bombshells on the government. When the truth is that you'll only be saying a lie. I was on a certain channel when I was telling them about affordable housing. They told me, oh, why is the affordable housing unconstitutional and the government is doing it? Why are they taking people's money, using it to build houses, and then they sell to the people? You see, those are the questions they want to say very fast. Because people, hey, our money is being taken, and then they're using to build, and then they're selling to us. That is what people will say. But at the center of it, there is government need to ensure affordable housing, and there's need to the government to get money. And the government can only get money through taxes, levies, bonds, securities, and the rest. Then the government chose the path of taking from the levies. You are a Kenyan. Do you have a payslip? Your payslip may be on a private sector. For me, I'm qualified and I don't have a job. For me to acquire a house, I need a mortgage. I don't have capacity to acquire a mortgage from any financial institution if I don't have a saving in a SACCO or if I don't have a payslip. Government thought it wisely to create a levy which is going to create a fund so that a Kenyan who doesn't have a payslip can walk to Bomayango so that you can acquire a mortgage and then you pay it slowly using collateral of that particular fund. You don't have to have a payslip, you don't have to have a saving. Some Kenyans who are living a low-level life don't have capacity to acquire that. If you go to Kibra, they may need a house. But Bomayango is offering them at a deposit of 200 shillings on particular period, over a long period of time to get affordable housing. Somebody says, oh, but some people are hungry. How do you build for them houses? Yet they are hungry. The government did not force everybody to go to the affordable housing. It's only those who are working who are forced to pay a percentage of their salary into a levy. They got the opportunity the government gave them. I'm qualified to be even a government lawyer. I'm even qualified to be attorney general. I'm qualified to be anything. But I don't have that opportunity. So if I don't have, how do I acquire a house? The government allows those who have the privilege to contribute so that we can be all anchored there so that I can go take that house, nilipe pole pole. So that is the truth inside there. Then they say, oh, why is it built on public land? You can't build that on private land. You see, they're saying, oh, there are so many things, but when you put them to a task, they can tell you that, oh, actually that thing is good. You know, Baliana and away we can. But when they come to the studio, they say bad. It's bad. Yet when you put them to task, they say, no, actually, it is good.
Can I ask you a question?
It comes to Shah, yes.
If you look at the discussions that formulate what we're referring to as propaganda,
yes.
What would you say if we look at our constitution? Is
the words which?
What we're referring to as propaganda.
Propaganda, yes.
Okay. What would you say constitutionally is the duty of government to ensure that their people are informed with the truth?
Yeah, the government has a duty as to the truth because Kenyans, even the constitution also provides for rights to information. That's why when we want to petition a government organization, we quote right to acquire information. The truth is that information that is within the government possession ought to be given in its true nature by the government institution. If the Ministry of Lands or Ministry of Water is asked today in Parliament, they ought to give the correct information. If a government minister is speaking, they ought to speak in truth. And that is what is called the duty that lie upon them to inform the public. Now, it comes to what an individual who has no duty to give that information is giving it. It is therefore not possibility of the state having given freedom of expression in all channels. You see, the government is not controlling social media, it's not controlling you, even what we are saying, because we are live probably, and the government is the government is not controlling what I am going to say. Yes. And you also are not controlling what I'm about to say. If while live I abuse a government, I abuse the president, like you saw Naniga, this person who talks in Bunge la Wananchi, anaitwa this Okanga. I wish you saw what Nuru Okanga said about Governor Gladys Wanga on their platform of Bunge la Wananchi, where they go live. Okanga said unspeakables about the womanhood of Gladys Wanga. But you see, he was live. What would government do? The government will wait because Okanga has his right. Gladys Wanga has a right. But as a people of Homa Bay, we really felt offended with what Okanga said, and we insisted that Okanga must be arrested and must be called to account to what he said against our government, which were unspeakable. But you see now, we can't go and arrest Okanga. There is a right that Okanga has.
Yes.
Okanga is also waiting. If I'm to be arrested, he will appear there with these criminal lawyers, their fellow criminals who call themselves lawyers, and stand for them. When Okanga is arrested for abusing Governor Gladys Wanga, you will see the criminal lawyer, the criminal in criminal law called Babu Owino going to defend him. So those are kind of things. So you will find that we are in a media platform where anybody can speak anything, but the government may not control it, because you can't know what the person is about to speak from his mouth and his life. So that is it. So the government has a duty to providing correct information.
Okay.
But the government may have only a responsibility of ensuring that whatever is consumed is correct. But now, controls very difficult. When the government will say all the communication must go through KBC because they will have checked. They will say you are gagging us. You are denying us our rights of expression. Somebody wants to wake up when he's annoyed by his wife, and then he's also not having money because maybe he squandered it on betting. Then now he takes it live on a media. No, our government is bad. Because that is what he thinks as at that time, based on his problem. Some are drinking in the bar, and then they end up being live. We have to ensure that this government is run properly. Run properly when he can't even run his money properly, he's wasting his money in the bar. So you don't know the moment at which somebody should information. So the government has a lot of problems, which we also have to understand. So sometimes when you consume a bad information, just take it to the police, report it, and then now the law can take its course, because the police also will not go and arrest that person without proper procedure, the due process of the law. So that's a big problem. But for us as people of Mobile, we say Nuru Okanga abused our governor so much. We are not going to wait.
Has he been arrested?
Yeah, we said we are not going to wait for our governor to go and complain, because if the governor goes to complain, then again they make it news. You see, Wanga says Okanga. So we didn't want that to happen. We said we are going to have him arrested on our own, because you cannot do that to a person we elected. We as a people of Homa Bay, for example, we elected this person. That's why even the government spokesperson yesterday, on his speech, he really condemned Sifuna's statement against the president. There's no way by which Sifuna can take on a public media and abuse our president Mshenzi, in as much as the president might be wrong. If you look at the statement which Sifuna said, you can't go and abuse the president. One, Sifuna is not the age mate of William Ruto. Calling the president Mshenzi is not only respecting the person of the president, but also not respecting the position that the Kenyans, Kenyans. Of course, I didn't vote for Ruto, but the constitution makes me owe my allegiance to him by having taken the oath of the office. So that is it. We have to respect people. Even myself, when I'm in my village, there are some people who cannot just abuse me. Yeah, you can't just say trash about me when you know maybe true. It's President Mshenzi, because now if we are to look at
I heard what Sifuna said, and I definitely didn't agree with him. So that for sure was wrong. But Kennedy, unfortunately, that's time we have. We have got to end this here. But thank you so much for making time and helping us decipher some of these things.
Thank you, sir.
Tena. Maybe next time hutapatana na traffic pale kwa expressway.
Yes.
All right, folks, don't go too far. Let's get into the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Questions are being raised over the whereabouts of a Kajiado County clinical officer, Christine Wanjiru, after she was reportedly arrested in Kitengela. The Kenya Union of Clinical Officers says Wanjiru was taken to Kitengela police station but was later removed from the station and driven away in a vehicle. The union says the occupants of the vehicle and Wanjiru's current whereabouts remain unclear. KUSO officials say they were informed of her arrest and are seeking clarification on what led to her detention. Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka is demanding greater transparency from the IEBC over the procurement of election technology ahead of the 2027 general election. Kalonzo says allegations of the tailor-made tenders could undermine public confidence in the electoral body. Is urging the IEBC to explain the procurement process and address the controversy.
If those allegations are true, then it's a very serious verdict on the new IEBC. As we have always told them, they have a duty to prove. They are not a William Ruto commission. They are an independent electoral boundaries commission. Where those who are aggrieved in the procurement process have gotten, as you mentioned, to the appeals board, then it has to be heard. They have to be heard, and of course others, but so that they act expeditiously. We want the appeals board, for example, to very quickly dispense with this matter, because Kenyans cannot have one day, an extra day for William Ruto's administration because of delayed procurement processes.
Members of the National Assembly are blaming county governments for the rising cases of alcoholism in the country. Led by Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah, the legislators accuse counties of allowing unlicensed bars to operate and permitting pubs to be established near schools and residential areas. They call for strict enforcement of alcohol control laws to curb the spread of alcoholism.
2 weeks ago, Honorable Speaker, in my own constituency in Kikuyu, actually in my village in Kikambura, at Mososagitau stage, it took members of the public to demolish 2 small bars after a young man was stabbed by another when they were fighting in that small bar. But the horrific stories I heard from young people there who are telling me, Mheshimiwa, now at least I can keep 100 shillings in my pocket, but before when these bars were there, I could not.
The county governments are the biggest, weakest link in this fight. In Nyeri, bars are operating on account of awaiting approval up to August, towards the last quarter of the year. So they have no licenses. Apparently, they are being processed. But in the meantime, there's a local arrangement for them to operate.
More than 300 people were killed in parts of Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, controlled by M23 rebels between June and July. The Congolese government has accused M23 of carrying out summary executions, massacres and bombings targeting civilians. It described the reported killings as serious violations of human rights and international humanitarian law, saying the rebels' action have continued to worsen the situation in areas under their control. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Danny Welbeck scored on his Chelsea debut as the Blues beat Luton Town 2-0 in the Carabao Cup. Welbeck headed Chelsea ahead early in the second half, before Hakeem Odofin turned Estevan Williams' effort into his own net to seal the win. The victory sent Chelsea through to the third round, where they will face Leeds United. However, the match was overshadowed by the absence of Enzo Fernandez, who was left out of the squad amid reports linking him to a move to Manchester City. Last season's European finalists Arsenal will play Real Madrid and Bayern Munich in this year's Champions League phase. The Premier League champions will also face Borussia Dortmund and Napoli in their bid to finish in the top 8 automatic places, having topped qualifying with a perfect record last term. Meanwhile, both Manchester City and Aston Villa will host holders PSG. The Villa Park fixture will be a repeat of the recent Super Cup, which PSG won 2-1 in Salzburg. Among Liverpool's fixture is a trip to Inter Milan and in another tie against Atletico Madrid, with Manchester United also scheduled to face Diego Simeone's side. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the view. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. Radio Generation, the time right now is 8:08. How are you doing? You're doing good. Sasa hapa kuna watu nataka nisalimie kwa haraka kabla tuingie katika mambo mengine ambaye ametuleta hapa. Salam Mohamed, did I say hi? I think I did. Nuru nilikusalimia, Tevin Amani nilikusalimia, Steven Ekaran habari yako? Uko fiti? And then kuna Lukins pia nilikuwa nimemsalimia. Kuna mtu make comment hapa ya nani? Ya guest nimepotea. Imeenda wapi hiyo kitu? Na ilikuanga comment poa sana.
Kila kitu na utaratibu wake.
So Steven Ekarang nimekusalimia. Haya, karibu tena sana. Alafu kuna Martin Odhiambo amesema the government should not be playing politics, just the truth. I agree with Martin. I agree. Tuache story mingi. Hii story ati unacheki and then sasa nimeingia gava nimerealize all things. I think I agree with some of the things that Kennedy has said, especially hapo kwa ukifika pale kwa ground unajuanga my friend haujui. Hiyo nao nakubaliana because to be honest there are some things you think you can do but until you're given that responsibility you realize by the actually can't. So kuna ka ukweli for sure.
Or it doesn't quite work the way you thought it works.
Yes.
Can be done, but not the way you thought it would be done.
And there's some things he said about, especially about the civil servants who've been there forever. You know, that guy who you always ignore when you get into the door, but he's the guy who, if he decides you're not going to have a proper working seat in your office, my friend, you will cry all you want and you'll never have a functional seat.
Ukienda kwa naambia actually mkubwa it was ordered.
Yes.
You just give it a few ninyo.
Itakuja.
But sorry for the inconvenience.
No. Uyoni.
No.
Your computer is always hanging. You complain to the IT guys and they just look at you. You are telling them hii computer nishindange kihang na washanga haiwaki, iko na volume kidogo, hii iko na kelele, wanakwambianga tu yes sir, I'll look into it. And they even come and they look into it and they tell you now this one, you know, we need a new speaker na speakers zinatokanga wapi? Ukraine. Sasa itabidi umengoja speaker kutoka Ukraine. And there is nothing you will do about it. Aya, then Steven nimemsalimia. Mohamed Murunga amesema no, si ya Mohamed. Kuna yenye ilikuanga hapa nimepotea. Anyway, it's okay. Pap D, how are you doing? And who else have I not mentioned? Kitungu. Yes, Kitungu. Karibu sana. Alafu there is Louise Agier. Pia mimi nisalimie mbuvi. Well, Louise, habari yako? Hauko ni DM, Louise. Nilikwambia ni DM. Find me on Instagram. DM me because I remember we had a pact and there's something that we're supposed to do. So please do the necessary and let's get down to business. Steven is saying that a governor sponsoring goons. Which governor is this one?
Ndio tujue.
The only governor we've spoken of here is Gladys Wanga.
Let me tell you something about goons. There is hardly any politician, hardly, not that there's none, there's hardly any politician who doesn't have young people doing their bidding in one way or the other.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So if we're going to refer to them as goons, then you could argue that literally every politician comes into contact and works with goons.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
So even the function I went to yesterday,
yes,
there are very many young people. You can't call them goons.
Oh, I was waiting for you to see. Even the function I was with yesterday, there were so many goons.
No, they were no. I am a bit loath to go around calling people goons when I've not determined that. When all I've determined is that they're younger than I. How does being younger than somebody make you a goon? No,
it doesn't necessarily.
They support and follow politicians, and they wouldn't follow if they weren't allowed to follow. Yes.
Okay. Ushasema. I was looking for the last comment. Brian Odor. Which Brian Odor? Is this the one Brian Odor I know? Actually, it is. Amesema Gladys has goons. It's confirmed. City. Mbona umechoka?
Well, when somebody knows something that I don't, I keep quiet. Because I can't counter it because I don't know whether she has or she doesn't.
Hi, sawa. In this particular hour, we're supposed to talk about the implementation of delivery of county development projects. Our guest has not yet arrived. I wonder where he is, but akifika si tutampiga intro vilivyo. Implementation of delivery, implementation and delivery of county development projects. Let me ask something, City, because it's something you mentioned here. Perhaps I just need a refresh on it. By the time we are budgeting, by the time the country is budgeting and they say we're going to build a stadium, for example, and then we'll build a school and we'll do this to, this hospital, wherever we're going to do it. See, budget.
It is, but remember, when it comes to the building of schools around the country, or the repair or development, part of the monies that the government gives government schools,
yes,
there is a portion of money that is given for development and for buildings. And then CDF is also mandated to look into such things. That's why you'll find schools with a CDF wing. You find a lab built by the CDF. That's how these things are done. But part of the money that comes directly to school, there's development money.
Yes.
Usually, the school, has to petition. You have to ask and say, we need to do A, B, C, D. And those are things that are then entered into the budget and you will get it. You may not get it all at once. You may not get the amount you want, but people do get the money. Yes.
Then why do we get to a point whereby we need to borrow money every financial year? Because apparently what we collect doesn't even fit to take care of all our expenses.
It's because what we pay in terms of debt is 70%, if not more, of whatever we collect. So we remain with 30%. So the need to borrow is imperative. There is no running away from it.
Yeah.
You see, if the people who want to vie for the presidency have a plan and they tell us what it is that they hope to do to ensure that we have money to do these things without necessarily borrowing as much as we do. Remember, early on in the morning, we talked about some of the profits, 9.3 billion that I&M have made in the I think it's the first 6 months. A lot of the big profits that the banks are making are because they are lending the government.
Yes.
They buy the instruments that the government has, and in so doing, they get a percentage. It is a simpler way of making money because, one, the government will pay. Okay? Now, when you then talk about how it is we run the country, you're talking about recurrent. 30% of what remains is not even enough for recurrent. And if it approximates being close to that, then there's the other problem. What about development projects? There has to be a clear plan as to how it is we're going to manage all these things. First of all, this debt that we speak of, and that is the reason why someone like Jimmy Wanjigi's idea of the forensic audit, the odious debt, not paying debts that we know did not go into development or whose origin and the manner in which your monies are unclear, makes sense because if you are not obligated to pay certain debts, it automatically means you will have money. But it doesn't stop there. If you ask me, as a layman, the focus on the development of the county governments is not given sufficient attention. What do I mean by this? There is no government without the county government because they're just units of semi-autonomous entities within the country.
Yes.
And that's where the bulk of our people are. So if the economies of our counties increase and they're raised and the push to have more and more people move into what we call the middle class, then it means there'll be more money. Now, if there is more money, it means the government will be able to raise more taxes. So these are just some of the realities that one has to look at if one is talking about a 360 in terms of what the government can do. My focus has always been on the county government. It isn't given sufficient attention. Sufficient attention is not given by the county governments to understand how it is something as simple as own source revenue is increased. Sufficient attention isn't given specifically to how those various counties can actually benefit from the strengths that they have, whether it's agricultural, whether it is through commercial activities, whether it is that they have natural resources in abundance. These things are not mentioned. But when these things are mentioned and not only spoken of, but are guaranteed to ensure that they are part and parcel of what helps lift the economy of the counties, then our counties will be rich. If counties are rich, the government of Kenya will be rich. So, again, the entire discussion, every time we talk of development, seems to focus on the national government. And my opinion is, and will continue to be, that until and unless we focus on the county governments and what they can do, these stories we have of raising the livelihood of individuals, the economically disadvantaged, being moved away from that, from the penury that they currently are in, it will be a discussion and just a talk, but it will never be a reality.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wonder when we shall get to a point whereby we say let's just tighten our belts, but most importantly we seal all those loopholes where money is stolen, whether it's by Gava, opposition, whoever it is that is in charge of, because let's not forget our county governments, some of them are opposition county governments, others are national pro-national governments. But if you're being honest, everyone in every county can complain of a problem somewhere, whether it's in Siaya, huko kina James Orengo, or it is deep in the Rift Valley. Someone is always complaining about something not happening in their county, and it really makes me feel sad, because every single day we are divided along political lines, political borders, and so on and so forth, but we are all suffering the same. We're all fueling with the same fuel. We're all eating the same bread. We're all using the same tissue paper for those who use tissue paper. We're all probably drinking the same water for those of us who, share counties. But the level of how we are divided, and we start saying, but you 1 term, you 2 term.
We're not divided.
It doesn't really matter.
Paul, we're not divided. We agree to be divided.
Yes. That's what I mean, basically.
Yes.
In very many words. Yeah. Because one of our listeners here has just said that they were in Kitui County, and they are saying that the roads are really bad. And yet there are people who live in that particular county that voted for the leaders in those counties. There's an MCA of that particular area, and MCA kazi yake iko pale kwa county government, na of course ana deal directly na the county government of Dr. Malombe. And you wonder, so what is that MC of that area doing about that particular place?
Now that, my friend, is a very pertinent question. Because what do members of the county assembly in this country, how do they see themselves? Do they see themselves as legislators? Or do they see themselves as an appendage of the executive of the counties? How do they see themselves? Because if there is a role in this country that is of utmost importance,
yes,
is that of the MCA. Because this is the one, a ward is the smallest unit of governance within the country. So anybody who is given charge over a ward by virtue of being elected, that is a person who has an extremely important role. But everything we hear about our county governments and everything we hear about the what do you call these people? The county assembly members. My friend, I do not think that they prioritize in and of themselves. I don't think they prioritize the role that they ought to have.
True story.
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Because if they did,
yes,
then the discussion we're having here would be moot. We would not need to be having it. Would just be talking about the achievements that this county has had, as opposed to that isn't our everyday story. Ours is a story of lamentations. We are always looking at what hasn't been done. Why? And this could have been done again. Another why? And why? And the money. 2 billion shillings for just those are our stories about the counties. as opposed to saying, this county has increased its production in XYZ to the point where it's become a major exporter to XYZ. They're exporting to West Africa. These people have a whole market and a segment of several provinces in DRC where they export this. We don't hear those stories. But this ought to be the stories of a success, because the monies that counties are given are akin to a stimulus amount of money that is given to be injected into the economy so that the economy grows. The people who are employed are part and parcel of the unit that is supposed to help this unit we call a county to grow. Yes, but that stimulus is not a stimulus. It's like a donation that has been given and then just comes to an abrupt end. It meets certain basic functions, and that's the end of that particular story.
Yeah.
The story of growth, that is not spoken of. And yet, the Constitution was intended specifically so that what we refer to as development gets cascaded down to the lowest and the smallest unit of governance that we have in the country.
Yeah.
But that isn't the case, is it?
Like what Kennedy just said earlier on about this gentleman who wanted to run for Senate, and then he realized, ujamani kama ajui kazi ya Senate ni nini, and even advised him, just go for the MCA seat. I doubt even if that guy were to change his mind and go for the MCA seat, he would still deliver on that particular position, because it sounds to me like he doesn't understand what the leadership positions are all about.
Paul, people in this country present themselves as candidates for certain political positions, not because they actually believe they want to be there. No. Some do, and some think that they would make better whatever it is that they think they would make. Okay? That's on the one hand.
Yes.
On the other hand, there are those who create a big hoo-ha and a big brouhaha and a lot of dust so they can be noticed and they can be approached and they can be spoken to.
It's all about mambi-pambi.
Yeah, that is the mambi and the pambi, my friend.
Because I can mention a few MCAs that I have seen, being Imotok being one of them. The first time I interviewed Imotok, I could tell that guy is passionate about, his ward. Your ward ni
Makongeni.
Huko Makongeni.
He's in Makongeni. He grew up there.
Huyo jamaa alikuwa, I could tell alikuwa anafilia position yake ya MCA, and he was very passionate about it.
Yes.
Whether he has delivered or not, now that's up to the people of Makongeni to tell us. But at the end of the day, I feel like if we had leaders who had similar passion and perhaps delivery now, actualizing whatever it is that they have in terms of passion, then perhaps we would be seeing a very different country.
When I last spoke to him,
yes,
this particular individual, he told me he wanted to be governor of Busia. Yes.
Okay.
Now, that is a worthwhile endeavor. You know why?
Why?
When you're an MCA, you have a front row seat in understanding how a county works. Because the business of the county is conducted within the committees, even of the assembly. So if you are said the leader of majority as he was, you are privy to very many things that are akin to the running of a county.
Yes.
So you cannot say he's ill-equipped. No. He's actually fairly well-equipped.
Anaelewa mambo.
You can't be an MC and not understand how a county works. Whether you want to or not, you will understand how it works. Yes. Because they pass a budget just like the National Assembly does. Okay? They determine how all these things that we see in the National Assembly, it's mirrored in the County Assembly. So you are knowledgeable. Yes.
But again, I'm saddened by what we've heard from Kennedy in terms of how people in government just grind things to a halt for whatever reason. Those guys, we call civil servants who just decide, my friend, these things. How do we get rid of that level of impunity? How do we get rid of that level of I don't care?
There's something you mentioned. Make government service contractual. That's what he said. The problem with that is there are those who will argue that will actually argue very, very directly against continuity and institutional memory. But institutional memory was a subject of discussion before the advent of AI, before the advent of computerized services. Because once you talk about the cloud, that's a place where the memory can sit. Once you talk about saving documents, you are talking about making sure that you've actually harvested and you have retained that information in a certain format. But institutional memory isn't just that. Institutional memory is how things are actually done. You're talking about the culture,
the workplace culture,
yes,
organizational communication,
all those things. Yes. Now you can write it down, but you will only get the gist of what it actually means. You will understand it when you actually go there and you're dealing with it on a daily basis.
But now, should we let organizational culture or workplace culture, for that matter, get to a point whereby it is actually affecting productivity for the entire nation? That issue he mentioned, sorry for cutting you, but on that issue of lands, for example, your lands tu peke yake. Lands is a very big issue in this particular country. Now, if we allow those vices and the evils to be entrenched for as long as they already have existed, who is suffering
the vices that we see in our ministries, specifically lands, tends to be a popular venue for discussing the ills of the country.
That is where our wealth is.
We value land. That's the whole point. We value it seriously.
Yes.
But land, the issue at lands isn't a problem. It's a symptom of a much bigger problem. Remember, the attempts to try and tame those problems has been, let's digitalize this thing. The then minister for that particular ministry under the Uhuru government are the ones who began the digitalization. And we asked the lady, Madam, this digitalization, is it not likely to create more problems than it is likely to resolve? And she explained herself very well and explained why it is that it won't. Our argument was that human beings create the system. Therein lies the problem. We are flawed. And because we are flawed, our creations are likely to be flawed. So the foolproofness of it, that is a story. Okay? But now, people who understand the frailty of these systems, because they're made by mankind, use the very people who are known to be hackers and people who have that capacity or that inclination to be the people who test the system for them, so they can determine
whether it is foolproof.
Yes. It may not be foolproof, but it will approximate it very closely. You need to be extremely proficient. But then these people are employed so that they can tell when the system is being interfered with.
Because they are regular digital audits.
Yes, exactly. And we as a country have moved in huge strides in that direction to ensure that the things I'm speaking of are actually in place. But whether they're implemented, that's a completely different story. Yes.
Very true.
Banks, because of the conservative nature and the nature of their business, take great care in ensuring that their systems are as close as possible to foolproof. But they're not. Banks, being conservative as they are, will never advertise when something has happened to their system or some wrong has occurred. They will not, because then it might shake the confidence of those who bank with them.
But there are times you get messages from your bank, we are carrying out a system maintenance. My friend, they have been hacked. They're just trying to find out who was... They tell you today, 28th of August, our ATM systems will be down. So kindly bear with us as we, my friend.
In that case, then, if that what you're saying is true, then those of us who have more than one account in several banks, there's some banks who give you those notices more than others.
You realize?
Oh no, I've realized. Because I wonder,
I have a
why
banker.
Are these people always maintaining this thing?
I have a
and
bank.
I have an account elsewhere, and they don't maintain this thing as often as these people. Why?
Mpaka unaweza kufikiria wale wengine ndio incompetent. Because these guys are maintaining a lot.
Almost weekly.
Yeah. It is because these guys are constantly being hacked.
I have no evidence to support that particular view, but I have to question the frequency. They'll probably tell me this is how we maintain the safety, and I'm wondering, this safety can't be that safe.
They're like, if you want to access your money, just use the USSD. Don't go on the mobile platform. Our whatever card system is a bit down. If you want to access your money, just ni mtu amehack huko system ana siphon pesa, wanatafuta ni nani. So I know that because I know someone who works in the bank. So those guys are hacked on a daily.
People, the hacking is not what I would consider a problem.
Yes.
Or even the frequency. That is a manifestation or a symptom of what the problem is. Why would people resort to stealing? Well, that's theft.
Yes, it is.
And people my age are unlikely to be involved in it. We were not born. No, we are unlikely to be involved.
But the professors your age are the ones who taught the folks who are currently hacking.
I want to assure you that teaching it and actually being able to apply it, teaching gives you a platform of understanding. The furtherance of that knowledge comes in the application.
Okay.
And the people who apply these things are not my people who are my age. The people who apply these things are people who are much younger than I. And one, they have the time.
Yes.
They have the energy. They have the interest. The where-to-fors of this particular ecosystem. That is their domain. It's not mine.
Okay.
Yes.
There's a guy called MKBHD. He's a tech reviewer. He collaborated with another tech guy a couple of weeks ago, and they were just looking at how they can steal from your mobile wallet. You know, your M-Pesa, your even from your Sacco that you have on your phone that you may have downloaded, or from whatever financial institution you have on your phone. So what they do is they mimic how your wallet perceives transactions. So for example, how you pay for your monthly internet, how you pay for maybe your DSTV if you use digital TV, or how you pay for whatever things that you pay on a regular basis. And they prompt your phone to think that it's time for you to pay that particular bill. So if you usually pay your rent, for example, via your phone, so they prompt, and then your phone thinks it is paying who? It is paying rent. And it dispenses the money for rent, thinking that, and you know, for you to pay rent, you literally have to go to the app and say, I need to send my landlord 10,000 shillings. But they bypass all that. They even bypass the human interface. So your phone thinks that you are accessing it. It even thinks that you've gone to the specific menu and you've made the necessary payments. And they end up stealing your money using a lot of course, IT language there. So these things are very possible. Nowadays, hacking is not a big deal. Now, the reason I brought this guy up is because the person who was demonstrating that hack was actually a student, someone who was taught from, I can't remember the university, and they were there with the professor. That's a professor, ni wa rika yako. Na walikuja hapo, na mpaka professor alikuwa na explain. So what Mbuvi has done here, Mbuvi has just been able to get into your phone because he could tell your phone that this is what is happening, and your phone was tricked into thinking that this is happening. Bro, maybe hapa Kenya maprofessor wetu kidogo wamezeeka, ama maybe kidogo wame rust, but huko, those guys are, like you like to say, switched on.
You see, even ours may be switched on.
Yeah.
I'm now discussing a field that I have limited knowledge in. But what I know is this. Of all the professors that may teach agriculture, how many of them actually practice it? No. I'm not being facetious.
I would say, I don't know, for agriculture, you might find that some of them are actually in the
field. Of all.
Yeah.
The countries that you speak of, the people who, or you allude to, the people who teach this thing usually are practitioners.
Yes.
They may be professors, but usually they have a trail of things they have done in that field. So their knowledge is not theoretical.
Yeah.
No.
It's practical.
It's extremely practical.
And they keep up with the times.
They do. And that's the reason why they teach it well, because it's something they have done. They have put into practice, they put it in industry, they put it into commerce, and they have probably even made a lot of money from it. So, but they're teaching it. That's why you find some of those top universities, you will be bumping into Nobel Prize winners there, because these are not people who theorize. These are people who are, even as they teach, are still involved in industry.
Yes.
They're still involved in commerce. And they form part of the think tanks of the people who are actually in government, in the various disciplines that they're experts in.
Yes.
Now, do we see that in this country? Precisely.
No, we don't.
So you see, the knowledge base that we have isn't of a practical nature. And part of the reason is because we do not emphasize research. We don't prioritize research in this country. If we did, then we would train our people to have the inquisitive mind that always asks. But this deadbeat attitude that our people have is what makes it possible for propaganda to be consumed with such ease.
True.
Because you don't question it. You just lap it in. You just lap it up, rather. And you just consume it because your mind has already been preconditioned to accept certain things. And if it tickles a certain portion of your brain, which likes to be tickled with certain things, you speak it with vigor and energy. And anybody who questions it that person cannot be someone who means you well, and somebody who cannot possibly mean the nation well, because people who mean the nation well question whatever is said and believe every propaganda. Now,
but why would you believe every propaganda?
Because it rhymes with how you view the world. You see, if you look at the conditioning that perhaps one finds in social media, because it's access to knowledge at a very fast pace and with ease.
Yes.
A lot of it trains your mind to understand life as for or against. Okay? And so you will find that with for and against also comes a secondary level of where there are those who oppress and there are those who are victims. So you choose where you fall into. When you're a victim, you have the marginal propensity to complain all the time.
Yes.
So you always but it's always it's not really me. It is that one.
When you have that victim mentality.
And many of our people have that victim mentality. It's not as though they were born with it. It's something you gain control.
Yes, imekuwa ni behavior tu ulianza nako na nini.
Then in a car.
And the environment that you were in also allowed you to.
Yes. So your knee-jerk reaction whenever you're prompted is to complain.
Unaona sasa ni city. Kama city angekuwa meketi hapo ningekuwa nimeona nini iko nyuma yake.
Lakini kwa sisi ni vitu vingi.
Unajua kuna kichwa kubwa na
ndio kichwa kikubwa. Now, in that entire discussion, you've obliterated the possibility of what you are able to do and what you can do.
Oh yes, you've taken the responsibility off your hands completely.
Kabisa. So, it's not very difficult for you to find fault in everything that you see, because it is not when you have to, it is because it's always somebody else. So when you ask a question, you have a responsibility. How can I have a responsibility when these people have see?
Sasa mimi ulikuwa nataka nifanye, mimi ningefanya.
Mimi kama vile naona, what can I do?
Sina pesa, sina kitu, sina ene. Ningefanya.
It brings you to that discussion that Kennedy Ondiek mentioned about freedoms and saying there's too much freedom. Actually, these are things that have been studied, and people have spoken of it, philosophers have spoken of it. It's something that has been discussed at great length. And one of the things that perhaps has been looked at is the harm concept with regards to freedoms, where at what point does your freedom end and where does the other person's freedom begin? Is it when your freedom starts interfering with someone else's freedom? And if it's interfering with that freedom, then is it real freedom? Because at that point, if it's interfering, it can get to a point where it's tyrannical. And yet it's your freedom.
But morality teaches us that freedom is not
absolute.
Exactly. It's not absolute, because you can't have the freedom to just stab people in the streets of Nairobi and then you say, but I am free.
You, my friend, have spoken like three very wise people. It's by the
wale walipatia Yesu zile
frankincense
na myrrh na chamomile
na ile ingine
siji kama chamomile ilikuwa hapo, but yes,
ilikuwa maybe it was called something else. You see, if you consider, for instance, these things we call freedoms.
Yes,
a beggar is free to buy bread, but you see, freedom cannot exist in the absence of capacity to do so, to actually enjoy it. A beggar can buy bread, but you do need money.
Yes.
So that's a capacity. So again, somebody can say, but you're free to air your views. Yes, you can.
Yeah.
You can. But you need to ask yourself, where is it that you're free? And that's where our constitution comes in. Because it guarantees those freedoms.
Yeah.
But then some of the freedoms also have limitations. They have to have limitations. They can't be absolute. Okay?
Perhaps we need to redefine freedom. Because how it has been perceived is that I have freedom, I can do. Why are you telling me I am allowed? It's within my rights.
Our constitution is actually very clear. All these freedoms must be enjoyed within the confines of the law. Yes, so it's not that it's just freedom is coming upon. It's already here actually, so it isn't coming, but it's within the confines of the law. That's simple. And those who talk about freedoms a lot of the times they stop short of just telling us that last bit, which to me is crucial to the understanding of freedoms within the law. Yes.
No, but City, I think people know that you enjoy freedom within the law. Hata mtu mwenye hakuenda shule, hata mtoto mwenye amezaliwa anajuanga I am free in this house. I can play around, I can jump on the seats. But I will not change the channel when Daddy is watching.
First of all, that jumping on the seats.
Me, mine, I allowed to jump.
No, you see, that's the thing. That's the freedom you've allowed.
Yes.
Yes. That freedom did not exist in
that
freedom. Chairs where people are sitting. Unaruka.
The couch.
Out of the question completely.
Si anaruka tu hivi.
No, out of the question. The seats are not. It's not a trampoline.
Akimba daddy.
It's not a trampoline. In fact, if you think that is what it's for, you will not sit on it. You'll sit on the ground. Yes.
Si bana anapanda anaruka anashuka anaenda over the other backrest alafu anajaribu tena kuruka hivi.
The problem with that is that child will be jumping on that seats when you have visitors. Because umemzoesha. Yeah.
See, but they understand. Wageni wakikuja, when Daddy, Mami are discussing serious issues, me, I play with my toys over there.
Paul, now this is the freedom. You've given a perfect example. You enjoying your freedoms in that way. In my house, such freedoms don't exist.
They're defined differently.
They play. See, there's a place where you sleep. You go and play there.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. But you get my point. Even
you can play in that environment if it's you and your friends.
Yeah. So now you see, if my
but jumping on chairs is not part of the freedom.
So if my child
chairs are for sitting.
If my child comes to your place, ata realize ile freedom na kuanga nayo kule kwa papa, sini niko nayo wapi? Kwa city.
No. Children have the tendency of always stretching boundaries.
No, because atakanyanga mara ya kwanza umwambie nani shuka. Atajua okay, huku si home. Same thing when you go to Uganda. There are things you can't do the way we do them here. Yeah? Like the way Sifuna unfortunately used a certain word of the president. You can't do that there.
Is this popularity getting into that man's head?
I don't know. Maybe it was a slip of the tongue. And I don't want to excuse. I'm not excusing his behavior.
That wasn't we call it a Freudian slip. But it means it was in his mind.
Unajua kuna vitu watu wanafikirianga juu ya watu. Hata kuna vitu ninafikirianga juu yako zenye zikitoka out loud, you might be like, so this is what movie thinks of me. So I might be talking, then I let it slip, and then you're like, what? Where did that come from?
Actually,
yes.
One can even understand where these things come from. When you take a certain position politically, and you do not take the time to guard your mouth and the things that comes out of it.
Yes.
This same Sifuna, once upon a time, they were at the coast, and Aisha Juma, I think, had left ODM.
Yes.
And Aisha Juma is given to saying some things which, at the very best, can be fairly hairy. And she is not averse to profanity.
Okay.
He responded in a milder form. So we took him on and told him, brother, you are not just a senator, you are the Secretary General of this whole party. You can't descend to that level. You cannot, man. No, but you see, I said, there's no but and if. You are the boss of all these people within the party. You're the SG. You can't do that. Other people can, if they choose to.
Yes.
They can even get away with it. You can't.
Wewe ni mtu tofauti. Umevaa kirauni tofauti.
There are things you cannot say. And if you want to say them, you must say them in a certain way. There are certain ways in which you are not permitted to say them, even as a politician. See, the thing about politics, it's a thin line between being courageous to say the things you want to say and being divisive. It's a thin line. You may want to talk about your people and feel my people were oppressed. But when you then get to the point where you pinpoint individuals and you start labeling them and you start talking about them in ways that are adverse without necessarily providing evidence, then you're being divisive. And if someone says you're being divisive, they're not wrong. You can't be a leader and be divisive at the same time. You have to be a unifying factor. Even if it kills you, you cannot be.
Yeah.
But if you do not want that position and the responsibility that goes with it, then leave. Become a regular mwananchi so that you can simply open your mouth and anything, including lizards and snakes, can come out of it and it is perfectly all right.
Like Okanga?
Yes. Yes.
I listen to that guy and I ask myself,
You see, it is something that has become the norm. I sometimes listen, sometimes, it has to be sometimes, but I also stop listening because there's times I hear and I actually feel unwell. Not I feel unwell, I'm not speaking metaphorically. I genuinely feel, no, I don't really want to listen to this. I'm thinking, hey, God. Where's all this coming from? It's uninformed. It's vile. Huh?
But we are the ones who've allowed that kind of politics sitting. Because we provide, number one, we provide the audience.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah, we provide. If in the crowd, for example, Sifuna used those words, if they had told him, "Pana bro, no, we agree with you on this issue of one term and Kasongo must go," we agree. But you nayo, no.
But you see, the reason why the ecosystem within such a thing is permissible is one that has already been adequately curated, and has already, such things have been permissible, because when you have a narrative of hatred, not dislike, not dispute, not disagreement, hatred towards an individual, and all manner of things have been thrown, not at the government, but at an individual, then the things that are permissible to be thrown at this person become very many.
Yes.
Yes.
Michael Olande says, I agree with CT. I can use a polite way, like I don't find your argument interesting, to mean your argument doesn't make sense.
You open, you know, when you get into, when you borderline profanity, you're opening a door that you may not be happy with. Because I'll give you an example.
Yes.
I was listening to a clip where the late Raila Odinga was talking about Musalia Mudavadi when he had been defeated by somebody called Akaranga. Okay? Akaranga was a man of the cloth. He later became a minister.
Yes.
Okay? So he was saying...
Was he called Moses Akaranga?
Yes.
Okay.
So he was saying, MM is my friend. Okay? But he chose to go the way he did and he lost. So he says, so his wife came to me and told me, Bwana, your friend is just sitting at home. Now it's becoming a problem for me because he's even interfering with me when I'm in the kitchen. No, it's a clip.
Yeah.
So the crowd laughed. So he was explaining and saying, this guy is actually my friend.
Yeah.
So I figured, this guy is my friend, Bwana. If he's having a hard time, I have to do something about it. In that context, it wasn't insulting. You could even say, these people actually
comedy. They're friends.
Yes. People laughed. It is mild. But what people are saying now is not at that level. It is not even couched insult. It's outright.
Yeah. They are using the adjectives.
Yes, it's outright. My friend.
Yeah.
For me, it disturbs my sensibilities. I feel, do I really need to listen to these things? And you're asking, but if you open that particular door, you, with every utterance, you're making it normal for the listeners.
Yeah.
And they are going to practice it elsewhere. So essentially, we are setting the stage where any conversation that we refer to as political is going to be prefaced, it's going to be entrenched in that sort of conversation. Now that, unfortunately, is dry wood and grass that you just need to strike a small light and there's fire.
Inawaka. Tony anasema, we have made politics of division and insults the order of the day. Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Kitungu anasema, Raila used kitendawili, which was lethal. Kitendawili. Alafu anakupatia dosi yako tu pa. Unakaa hapo unasema bwana yenyewe wasi nimetukanwa.
There are things. See, when President Kibaki would say hii ni mavi ya kuku.
Yes.
We found it hilarious. And in the context you figured that is almost, if an insult or a description can be harmless, that one is harmless.
Okay.
But bro, the bare knuckle conversations that we are now having in our political that's where now again we come to the constitution and the morals and the ethics that are required of people who want to pursue higher offices of within the political realm. The things that must be done, the things that must be expected of you, and the things that must be seen to be done by you. Okay? Decorum is a strange thing, and it is not difficult to dismantle or destroy. Now, we with what we do, we, my friend, are at the apex. We are the ones who have a front row seat in helping destroy it with the things we say. If we encourage conversations that cannot be verified or cannot be checked, that's exactly what we'll be doing.
Yes. You know, we will boo leaders because they belong to maybe the side we don't belong to or we don't subscribe to.
Yes.
But when they say those incendiary things, we actually don't tell them. Yeah, hapana. So they'll be like, hey, one time you're like, yeah, huyu aende asiende, aende, huyu mshenzi aende asiende. Si mshenzi, hapo ndio tusemangi.
No, we don't, and we should. In fact, the cheers get louder. So all I'm saying is, there are things that one must check, and that is what falls in the realm of what you call emotional maturity. Because, and if you're not emotionally intelligent,
yes,
then there are things you will utter and you won't consider the consequences. And there are always consequences. Some are immediate, some are medium term, some are long term, but there are always consequences. When you set the stage by doing certain things, most people don't consider that those things may come to follow you, or they may be part and parcel of what you are now having to deal with, and yet you created them.
Yes.
Yes. For instance, if the president made promises about certain things, he cannot now complain if people expect those promises to be fulfilled. He made the promises. Yes. To counter the disdain, there must be an explanation. I made the promises. I did. I expected to do this. I am unable to do this in the time. You see,
aki akafanya hivyo inaweza kuwa poa sana.
Yes.
If the president, for example, came out, and this is of course to every other leader, but specifically the president, because you know he's right now he's the guy up there. Akuja seme, guys, you remember I told you about this particular project? Acheni tunaambia ukweli, hiki tu iwezekani. Na nilikuja kujua iwezekani because of ABCD.
Yes, I tried this and this and this and this. And
akiwala ilikataa.
I really tried.
In that financial year, the money was not going to be enough. Ara ningefanya nini?
The choices before me were,
yes,
nifanye hii ama nifanye hii. And I decided to fanya hii. Yes. Now, you see that conversation, my friend, the opposition will have a field day.
Actually, if he does that, I can tell you, he doesn't even need to campaign. It's a done deal. Because guys will be like, okay, he has actually told us the truth. These guys have been saying they will do this. We have realized they can't do it.
Hiyo kitu sio rahisi kufanya hivyo. Yes.
Akuja tu aseme tu, you see this? Haya. On this particular unasemanga odious debt, wacheni niwaambie ukweli. Hiyo debt iko hivi na hivi na hivi. Na mkisema tusilipe, this and this is going to happen. Guys will be like, okay.
Yesterday at the symposium, he did touch on the debts and said, Moi left us with 600 billion debt.
Yep.
Kibaki left us with
1.8, I believe.
Yes. Said Uhuru left us around 10. Okay?
That's a huge jump.
Said 5 times what he found.
Yes.
500%. Said I have debts. It's only 27% of what I found. Okay? So when people say, this was him explaining it, when people are saying that I have done this, it's 27%. Just do the maths. Okay? So, what is this excess? Now, this is me saying that you guys are talking about. Just look at the facts. My contestation has always been, why is the president explaining this? I'm not saying he should not explain it. Why is he not explaining this? The Ministry of Finance has people who can explain this.
Yes.
The government spokespersons, that office can explain this. There's a presidential press unit, they can explain this. Man, the people can explain these things. Or once it is spoken of, breaking it down so that people understand. And if they disagree, then you have a conversation now. Because people are telling you, no, we don't believe this. In fact, this 10 billion was not 10, it was 8.7. That discussion, then, you know what we're doing? We are discussing things that have been spoken of, and we're juxtaposing it with the facts. You're saying it's truth. You're saying, okay, give us the facts to support this truth. It's a completely different discussion from apana.
And I've never understood why by the government folks just don't know how to say, on that question movie, sitaki ni kudanganye. Let me confirm, I shall have an answer for you on Monday. I do not know what is so difficult about that. Unaulizanga mtu kitu unamwambia, for example, the issue I told you, we took someone to Kenyatta National Hospital and then SHA was not working for them, yet it worked in the lower hospitals. But la mtu akwambie enyewe, what I need to do is just confirm, give me the details, and on Monday, you see, like what Sholay did when she came here, she was like, you remember that issue you told me of that particular student whose fees was not paid by HELB? I have come now with the answer, and this is what I found out, and the money has been disbursed. The only one remaining is this last semester, which will be sorted by X time.
Yes.
What is so difficult about that? Lakini unaonanga mtu anasema ati where, which HELB is paying. Huyo mwenye anasema ametoka wapi anakudanganya, mwambie, and you're like, but my friend,
Wajua sasa it's kama war zone. I was actually just inquiring.
Yes.
Because it's something that we have encountered.
Mpaka nakwambia ukifuatilia vizuri, you will find they have not even registered in a Kenyan university, or they transferred from a private and you're like you
or someone tells you, SHA did not work here. No, SHA is working. So no. I'm telling you, it worked here.
But here it doesn't.
Here it didn't work, and we were told this. So what does that mean? It's a simple question. We're telling SHA is working. Say, hey, no, so
SHA is working. Right now I can tell you, if you go to Kenyatta, watu wanalipiwa. If you go to Mama Lucy, watu wanalipiwa. And I'm like, but I was at Mama Lucy. I'm actually telling you something I have done. They're like, no. Then you want to tell me all those people who are there are mad? You're like, but I didn't say anyone is mad. I'm just asking.
It's like, that was not what I was saying. I wanted to understand why it worked here and it's not working here.
So the government has paid, SHA has paid 324 billion, and there's the only one that hasn't been paid is at 122 billion, and you're like, yeah. And that one is because there were procedures in how they did their paperwork. They did not submit this form. So SHA is working. Huyo mwenye anakuambia is not working, asema ukweli.
Kuna watu tu wanaongeaga tu. In fact, they don't even I say, nani, waje tumeenda mbali. We were actually just asking. There's a specific case, and we didn't fully understand because we didn't even say it's not working. We said it worked here, but then when we got here, it didn't work. That's what we're asking. We need to understand, where is it likely not to work, and where is it that's all we're asking.
Like I have a case, I have a case here. Huyu amelipwa how much? Soma 200,000. So what do you mean SHA is not working? Alafu kifuatilia vizuri ni civil servant, na tuliambiwa it's only working for civil servants. So for folks in the private sector, mujipange.
Kaeni mkijua na unalipa and you paid.
So you're like,
so can you explain to us watu ambao wanalipa 500 a month, okay? What do they get? Wale watu ambao wameenda through ile system kudetermine whether uko na pesa ama huna pesa. So unalipa sijui 50,000, sijui 45,000, sijui whatever.
Like Shakil told us, Shabir, he said he pays 32,000 monthly, and I was like, my goodness.
You see, that's the question you want to ask. So when somebody tells you that, okay, so is it really difficult to explain that these categories that we tell you, okay, this is how the services, or these people help subsidize? Explain it.
I believe it's just that issue of SHA doesn't work, or SHA is ni venye tu kuna vitu SHA itafanya na zingine haitafanya, but when they say blanketly that
it is working,
Kenyans have a problem with that.
You know, Paul, if you look at the issue of SHA, the not working bit is not explained adequately because it is assumed it works. No, there are times it doesn't work. That needs to be explained.
Yes.
What service did somebody want? What did they go for? Is there a cover? Because it's a cover.
Yes.
That allows you for certain things and it doesn't. And if it does, what percentage does it pay for you? What does it not pay? Just get granular so that is understood.
Like private insurance works, but if you go to hospital with a venereal disease, it won't pay because
you're not covered.
Yeah, they're like, no, that one, it is something preventable.
Yes.
There are ways to prevent STIs and STDs. So here, my friend, we will not cover your risky behavior. Wewe kazi yako unaendanga mambi pambi, you know, that one we will not. And it is very clear in the fine, okay, it is in the fine print. But for someone who doesn't know, when they go there and they're like, they go to hospital and they're like, I've come with chlamydia, alafu nambo it can be treated, you'll start saying, this insurance doesn't work. No,
it works. You just didn't understand what it can do for you. Or when the response to it's not working is combative, then somebody retreats and says, tuache tu, hii si lazima. Yes.
All right, folks, we're getting to the news right now with Winnie Maganga. Then when we return, we shall be hosting Honorable Dumaleng Seleshando. He is the President Botswana Congress Party. He's opposition leader in the 13th Parliament of Botswana, and he is the Member of Parliament for Maun North. So don't go too far, because we'll be taking you down south.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Nurses say they are ready to end their nationwide strike, but will only return to work after key employment agreements are implemented. The strike, which began on July 29th, has disrupted health services across the country. The nurses union says talks with the government and governors have made progress, but the collective bargaining agreement remains unresolved. KNUN says the CBA must be finalized and approved before nurses return to work. Political analyst Kennedy Ondiek has raised concerns about the growing challenge of misinformation and propaganda in Kenya. Speaking on Radio Generation today, Ondiek argues that the country's broad freedom of expression have created an environment in which both truthful and misleading information can spread rapidly. He is urging for caution in the way we consume public information, saying Kenyans have a culture of believing in fake news more than real ones.
When you looked at what the government spokesperson said day before yesterday in his speech, he said that we need to look at the content we receive and look at the level of truth in them. So the government we have today is doing different things. And the side from which I speak is actually government city today. So you will find that when certain information come out, they don't come out correctly. Like I've looked at what even the media sometimes speak about different agenda that the government is trying to implement. Some of them like affordable housing, like the implementation of SHA, like whenever government speaks,
yes,
it is in the mind of Kenyans that the government is not willing to speak the truth. Yet what is coming out is the truth.
Yes.
What the government is speaking is the truth. So sometimes you find that people end up creating other news for themselves, and then Kenyans also like fake news more than real news.
Kenya continues to record preventable maternal, newborn and child deaths, with the delays in seeking and receiving quality healthcare identified as major contributing factors. Health advocates meeting in Nairobi have called for stronger measures to address the problem. The meeting, convened by the Kenya Editors Guild, also urged the media to keep maternal and child health high on the news agenda.
These women are dying where they ought to be getting the kind of help they need, and that is the saddest part. So almost half of facilities in the country cannot provide comprehensive. It means you'll have to be referred somewhere to get theatre services in case there's a complication. With 23% of facilities only can run a full hemogram or a urinalysis. So only 23% can diagnose.
U.S. President Donald Trump has signed an executive order seeking to rename Lake Ontario to Lake America. The move comes amid growing trade tensions between the U.S. and Canada after trade talks collapsed last week. The U.S. has imposed 50% tariffs on $20 billion worth of Canadian goods, with Canada planning to respond with matching tariffs next month. Trump has repeatedly threatened to rename the lake, one of the 5 Great Lakes shared by the two countries.
We're going to be changing the name of Lake Ontario, effective immediately, to Lake America. We lose on average over the last 15 years $60 billion a year carrying Canada, so we just can't do it anymore. We love the people of Canada. I don't think their representatives do an appropriate job. Maybe they'll change. I really don't know. I mean, it doesn't make much difference. But we can't let the whole Canadian thing has been going on for decades, and it has to come to a stop. So we're going to be doing tariffs on their cars that are coming in at a substantial level, because we want to make the cars here. We don't want if they can make their own cars if they want.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is now 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. Big shout out to Tony Cizaniro. How are you doing? There's Kelvin Wanyonyi as well, saying, to whom much is given, much is expected. Sifuna is like a city set on a hill. How he talks will definitely set a precedence, positive and negative. I agree with you, Kelvin Wanyonyi. Right now, though, in this hour, we want to focus a little bit on something different. We want to talk about, from fragmentation to influence, advancing the common African position on debt. And with us is the President, Botswana Congress Party. He is also opposition leader in the 13th Parliament of Botswana. And most importantly, he is the Member of Parliament of Maun North, Honorable Dumelang Seleshando. I hope I've said that correctly.
Yeah, you've tried.
Yeah, I've tried it. How do we say the second name, the last name?
Saleshando.
Saleshando.
But sometimes I just tell people you can say sales handle.
Okay. Well, in this country, we call our elected leaders Mheshimiwa. So I'll refer to you as Mheshimiwa during the duration of this. Yes, Mheshimiwa means honorable.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So I'll refer to you as Mheshimiwa in the course of this particular interview.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so you're here in the country. You just told me that you're attending this particular, do I call it a summit? What exactly is it?
Yes. This is it's been running for about 5-6 years on an annual basis. What attracted me to it is that it's predominantly dominated by youth-led organizations.
Right.
I think Botswana, like many other African countries, has a high population of young people. But in our country, the problem that we seem to be confronting is that they are quite apolitical.
Yes.
Apathy is high amongst them. They don't register to vote in sufficiently high numbers. But again, look, maybe it was also because Botswana had one ruling party from 1966 to the last time we had general elections in 2024, 2 years ago.
You had one party until 2 years ago.
Yes, that was ruling, or rather winning all the elections.
Let
me put it like that.
But you are a multi-party state.
We are a multi-party.
Okay.
So we were what political science students would call a de facto one-party, multi-party system.
We were once that.
Yes, we were.
Yeah.
Yes, once upon a time we were exactly that.
Up until you had things like, I remember, Orange Coalition.
Yes, but before then, all we did was two things happened. One, when the second president second president came in, he actually moved us from that de facto position to a de jure position. So by law, we were a one-party state.
Okay.
So it's called Section 2A of our constitution. So that had to be repealed.
I see.
And it was repealed in 1991.
Oh, okay.
Then in 1992, we ushered in again multipartyism.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
No, for us, it's always been multi-party.
Okay.
And I must say, even at a time when it was fashionable for charismatic or nationalist leaders,
yes,
the likes of Kenyatta, the likes of Kwame Nkrumah at the time, if they so decided or so chose, they could declare a one party, and it made sense.
Yes.
We had in our neighbors, In Zambia, Kaunda doing the same.
Yes.
But fortunately for us, our leaders were not tempted to go down that road.
Let me ask this question because it's something that's been on my mind thinking of your country.
Yes.
Yes, you have a political system.
Mm-hmm.
How exactly are leaders chosen? No. I'm not talking about going to the ballot.
Yes.
I'm talking about the influences that determine who becomes a political leader and up to the president. How does that work?
Well, look, we have mass political parties.
Yes.
The dominant party that ruled for all those years was mainly because also of chieftainship influence. Sesera Takama, the first president,
yes,
was also a chief and presiding over the geographically the biggest tribal area. I think for the longest, the ruling party depended on the central district, which is where he was the chief, to pull the numbers. And therefore, it made it easy for others of members of his family. I think, he's one of his sons, Ian
How many sons did he have?
3.
But Ian is the one who is known.
Ian is the eldest son,
Yes,
and chieftainship, he then became the successor. Yes. But then the main opposition for a long time was a party called the Botswana National Front, which is the dominant party in the current coalition governing Botswana.
Okay.
They also benefited from the tribal influences because one of the chiefs joined the party way back and rose to become number 2 in the party.
Okay.
So that in the southern part, that the party then became very dominant in all the constituencies where his tribesmen were located.
Okay.
We actually broke away from the Botswana National Front.
Why?
Mainly because we differed quite strongly on, I would say, issues of internal democracy. The party had a very popular leader. Sometimes it becomes a problem as well. The party had a very popular, charismatic, well-educated leader.
This is not BNF.
BNF.
All right.
It had a very charismatic, one of the best educated citizens early on in our independence. Studied mainly in the Soviet Union and, was one of the leading lights in terms of your leftist politics. Attractive in the eyes of trade unions, the low-to-income groups. And that popularity ended up with him becoming the constitution, if I may put it bluntly. Walking up to a Congress and literally with a piece of paper and say, I would like you to vote for the following people to assist me in managing the party. And then you oppose him, you are dead meat.
We've had similar situations in this country.
Yes.
There was a political party, we've had several. There was the KANU had that same
KANU
influence.
I knew well, yes.
ODM definitely had that influence under Raila Odinga. There was Ford Asili under somebody called Kenneth Matiba. If you were in his party, you'd be voted in. I mean, you didn't have to think twice. So the fight was to get a party ticket, and you're essentially guaranteed an election in certain parts of the country.
Yes.
Are the chiefs still influential?
Yes, they still are. I mean, the constituency I represent, my immediate predecessor was a chief.
You're not a chief?
No, I'm not a chief at all. I'm a commoner par excellence. No slight
no indication whatsoever.
Royalty, none at all.
Yeah.
If any of my children were to ever make a claim,
yes,
it will be a totally baseless and false claim. So he won easily. Because he had joined an opposition party. First, he was in the ruling party. He won the constituency. Then he had a fallout with the ruling party, joined an opposition party, won easily. And then he said, I'm done with politics, going back to chieftainship. And I came in and with a different party. And I'm now on my second term. But he's not the only one.
What's the length of each term in your country?
5 years.
It's 5 years.
Yes.
Like we have here.
Yes. Yeah. But he's not the only one. I mean, other chiefs have come also from other areas. And when they enter the race, it's more or less curtains down. No chief has ever lost. So, is it a good thing? I don't think so.
Why?
I don't think so because, when you start introducing tribal-based voting, you may ultimately have, in the end, rivalry based just on tribal affiliation. And you lose the focus from what politicians are really supposed to do. Politicians are really supposed to present you with an agenda for national development. And not necessarily because this is what I want for my tribe. Back home, we do have a special lower chamber that is for tribal leaders. The commoners like
the equivalent of the House of Lords?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This is a House of Chiefs.
House of Chiefs.
Yes.
Yes. We used to call it that up until the chiefs themselves complained that this title chiefs is derogatory. You walk into a hotel, there's a chief cook.
Chief chef.
Yes. So ultimately then we decided let's call them by the common normal language, Setswana language, which is Khosi. So it's now called Ntlo ya Dikgosi, House of Dikgosi, House of Lords. Yes.
Okay, but from my understanding is that they still play a very vital role as far as the politics of the land is concerned.
They do play an important role. They, for example, in Botswana, chiefs are also semi-judicial officers.
Okay.
Please explain.
So they settle disputes within their communities. You see, if you have someone, a notorious cattle rustler, stealing cattle, you don't necessarily need to burden the formal courts, the judicial system. You can go to the chief.
Yes.
And he will preside over, and they can send you to jail. Sometimes they will just maybe lash you. We still allow for corporal punishment in Botswana, and which helps to decongest the prisons. So they give you a few lashes, and you go back to.
And few is how many? Is there a maximum number?
There possibly is. I don't know, but I guess numbers like 4 possibly are common.
And are you lashed in public?
In public, yes.
Oh dear.
In
public flogging.
Yeah. The way you put it. It's public discipline.
Okay. I mean, but corporal punishment even in schools?
So that's a hot potato at the moment. Because remember, like I said, we just had a new government come in 2024.
Right.
And there are one of the things that they said they would like to be their legacies, that they want to emphasize a culture of human rights, respect for human rights.
All right.
So there's been an issue because the corporal punishment was banned, and we saw a whole rise of excitement by students. Like, look at you teachers, now you can't touch me, type of thing.
Right.
And the debate is still out there on whether it should really be totally abolished.
Kenya abolished corporal punishment in the year 2000 and I think it was 2003 thereabout.
Gee, I should have schooled here.
Yeah.
I was prone to teachers lashing me because I guess I tested the boundaries a lot.
But it still happens. It's just, but in the law it's not there. Yes. But I mean, you'll find a few cases here and there. Let's talk about our debt.
Yes.
And I was asking you this while we were off air, that we have, as Africa, we have got all this debt. Every country in Africa has got a huge debt. Here in Kenya, we're actually still fighting over that particular debt. We're trying to understand how we can audit the debt and how to pay it, what debts not to pay, the odious ones especially. So we also, as a continent, we have lots of resources. From the human resource, you were just telling me the way in Botswana you have a lot of diamond and many other minerals. I'm sure you'll tell us. Why are we suffering? Why are we deep in debt in this global debt system?
Well, look, I think there was irresponsible borrowing. And I would posit wherever there was irresponsible borrowing, there was also irresponsible lending.
Okay.
Because the responsibility is on both the person extending the loan and the recipient of the loan to make sure that there's a sustainable economic transaction.
Right.
Yes. The history is there. There was a time when your OPEC producing countries were sitting on a whole lot of dollars that needed to lend somewhere. And African governments became the valve that released the pressure from the monetary system, and we ended up in loans, some of which we did not necessarily need, some of which the conditions were not favorable. And we have had instances where there's been debt relief.
Yes.
But we seem to be always coming back to the same problem. It means that we are not addressing the core issue. For me, that's you know, we like that sinner who comes to church every Sunday.
Yes. To confess.
To confess.
Right.
Is forgiven.
And goes back
and
to
goes
sinning.
back to sinning and is back again being forgiven the next weekend.
Yes.
So you now need to say, look, how do we help this sinner to reform? So how can Africa, the debt sinner, be helped to reform? I think it's also got to do firstly with our own economies, how we restructure them. We need to, the conversation we had earlier on, we need to really go beyond just becoming a continent that is focused on extracting minerals out of the ground and sending them to the world, more developed countries for processing. A lot of the times when this discussion came up in Botswana, others would say, look, these other countries have developed the skill.
Yes.
It takes a diamond jeweler sitting in India, sitting maybe say in Israel.
Right.
It's been passing this skill down the family line, generational, one generation to the other. You can't beat them. My argument has always been, we've got to start somewhere.
Yes.
Yes. We just can't be this exporter of unprocessed goods. So we've got to start somewhere. We've got technology nowadays.
Yes.
Is a balancing effect. It allows you to also, where you lack certain skills, I mean, even diamond cutting today, technology is heavily used. The designs are not generated from experience of previous cutting skills.
Right.
So we've got to start somewhere. And if we start somewhere and focus not only on saying, for example, Botswana has a lot of diamonds. So did South Africa at one point. The two countries could have said, how do we help each other to cut and polish? How do we become a hub, a regional hub, an international hub for diamond cutting and polishing? Of course, the big players in the developed countries would never have wanted for that to happen.
Right.
But we could have used our muscle, because when you control a big percentage of the market as a supplier, surely that should be some form of leverage. We entered into some agreements, good and bad. Good because we didn't have experience in the market, in the diamond industry, so it
exposed us to the market.
It exposed us to the market in the form of De Beers. But I think we were shortchanged in some aspects of it, and part of it has to do with downstream cutting and polishing, which is also where the jobs are. Because the extraction, the mining is capital intensive. There's a lot of use of machines. So you'll have these numbers being given that diamonds is contributing X percentage to GDP.
Right.
And then you say, okay, how many jobs are they contributing to the total economy? It diminishes because there's a heavy use of machinery. So you have a growing economy, and I used to call it jobless growth. And then you have rising unemployment. So really for me, like I say, transforming the structures of our economies, making sure that there's value addition, there's industrialization, it will create jobs. It will lead to more industries opening their doors. This allows our government to then have more revenue.
Are we able to renegotiate some of these exploitative contracts that perhaps our grandfathers or great-grandfathers, the kinds of deals that they made with the developed world, the Europes and the UK, the US's? Is it possible to renegotiate?
It's possible to. You should always be,
because I believe that's where the problem is.
Yes, you should always be prepared to say, let's have a look at this again.
Yeah, we should.
But the current problem, I think, is that too many African countries are trying to negotiate for themselves, and there's no collective effort. I mean, look at what happened when the US imposed tariffs. I mean, arbitrarily, the Trump tariffs.
Yes, yes.
How many African countries came together to say, how do we deal with this? Every country was on its own. And when Botswana has a lower tariff burden than Lesotho, we think, let's keep quiet. It's because we are behaving well.
They haven't seen us.
They haven't seen us. Let's and that is the downfall of Africa.
Right.
When you are negotiating with the US, it's such a it's more than one continent, theoretically speaking. Or rather, maybe it's more than one. Let me say it's more than one country.
Yeah,
it's many countries, GDP wise and population wise. So for Botswana to go and negotiate AGOA, for argument's sake, we are such a non-player in the whole scheme of things. So I'm happy that there's now talk of a new commitment called the Common African Position, where African countries are trying to say, maybe let's pull together, let's all agree on our non-negotiables.
Irreducible minimums.
Yes. So we seem to be drifting in that direction. We've done it before. It didn't. Many countries were not committed to it. I'm hoping that the current leaders will see the folly of going alone.
I like that part of our current leaders. Mheshimiwa, you are our current leader. You, and together with all the other parliamentarians across all the 54 countries that we have on this continent, what is taking us so much time? We have an African Union, we have regional blocks, whether it's SADC or ECOWAS and COMESA and God knows who else. What is so difficult about just agreeing?
It's not difficult, by the way, for these countries to agree. They present eloquent speeches, as one presenter said at the ongoing conference. I mean, you've had your Muammar Gaddafi talk about the dream. You've had the likes of Robert Gabriel Mugabe. Even when they meet, agree, there's applause, most of the time, they sign and then they don't do anything about that signature. Take, for example, one of the things that I thought was a brilliant idea. I think it was by Thabo Mbeki back then, where he said, as Africans, can we now come and do self-assessment? They called it the African peer review mechanism, where we can sit and say, hey, but Tanzania, you can't have an election in which so many lives are lost.
Yes.
And expect us to clap hands and come for your inauguration and say, well done. Something went wrong. It doesn't matter who is at fault. It doesn't matter if the opposition misbehaved.
Yes.
But this is not acceptable. But African countries agreed to the peer review, but refused to subject themselves to it. And part of the problem is there's something we call African solidarity.
Yes.
And a lot of the time, this solidarity is actually about don't make noise for a black brother. Look away if things are not going the right way. I mean, I can say openly here, 5 years ago,
yes,
I was in Zambia, very excited with the inauguration of President Hakainde Hichilema. Because for me, he was an embodiment of a resilient opposition leader who had been, subjected to all manner of torture and abuse, but prevailed. He's about to go for his second inauguration.
Yes.
Even if I were to get an invite, I wouldn't go. Because you look at the record. What has happened in this election? Why are opposition leaders languishing in jail? The day petitions are about the elections are supposed to be presented, the High Court is surrounded by the military. The judges are told to stay home. And no African leader is saying anything about it. Chances are they will be in Lusaka smiling, shaking his hands,
clapping,
and congratulating him. I think this African brotherhood that tolerates bad behavior is setting us back.
That happens at the leadership level.
Yes.
The citizen level, I can assure you, there is more solidarity, there is more fighting for each other as opposed to what happens at the leadership level.
Yes.
And perhaps you're right when you say we need to rethink this African brotherhood. Perhaps redefine it, because it's clearly not working for the continent.
It's not working for the continent. It's setting us back. It's giving us a bad name. It also then allows for corruption, because you've gained entry into State House, in my view, fraudulently, and fraudulent leaders cannot be good administrators, cannot be clean economic managers. The stage is set for abuse of state institutions, because you've abused the state institutions to gain a victory, and chances are that you will abuse in the remaining years of your term other state institutions.
True.
Your corruption-busting agencies in African countries, they're generally weak.
Yeah.
Even Botswana.
The
anti-corruption bodies.
Yes.
They're generally weak. They can't take on the power of
Are they
powerful executive.
are they inherently weak, or is it that we as a people have a certain relationship with authority that makes accountability difficult?
Accountability, well, it's a combination. I think they are weak. Our immediate former President Masisi, lasted 6 years in government because he inherited 1 year from departing President Khama and then did his full term. So he did 6 years. And in the 6 years, I think the top position for the corruption-busting body changed hands like 4 or 5 times. At the minimum 4 or 5 times. It sends a message to whoever is occupying the top position. Behave yourself or you lose your job. So, yes, they are weak. But we also don't have a history of holding leaders accountable, generally. I mean, look, and again, I'll always keep giving examples with my own country because that's what I know best. We have a president who had very clear pledges that helped him to win an election. His starting point now when he's in office is that manifesto and the pledges he made were not a contract. They're not a contract. Political scientists, and he's a lawyer.
Yeah.
He has both a legal interpretation of what a contract is, and then he says even in political science there's nothing that is called a social contract. So that's his starting point. Immediately it means...
But that guy was being very honest.
No. That guy was being very deceptive.
Yes. No. I'm saying after the fact, he was being very honest.
Yes. You know why it is deceptive? Somebody with that level of knowledge knows exactly what he's doing.
Yes.
Okay? It can't be that he lacks a certain depth of understanding. He is setting the ground for doing what he wants to do.
Yes.
Because,
in other words,
yes.
Don't ask me to account for what I pledged.
Yes.
So that's his starting point. I'm not accountable because there's no commitment, there is no contract between the two of us. The latest interview I saw, he was being interviewed by a South African outfit, and one of the things he said is, look, I can't deliver on what I promised because when I got into office, I realized that the situation was not what I thought when I was outside.
Again, he was being honest.
No, on that one I would agree with you.
He was being honest.
I would agree with you, but then does it not send the wrong signals?
It does.
So you are telling us that you wanted a job
that you had no idea how to deliver on.
Well, not only that, the entire weight of the job was unknown to you, and yet you sought it. So then why did you seek it?
And I've always wanted to get the opportunity to ask him a very direct question, and I will when the time comes. Because he never says what exactly he didn't know. What didn't he know? that he got to know when he was in office.
Had he held political positions before?
Yes, he's a former leader of the opposition.
No, but like a formal government job. Had he ever been a minister before?
No, he had just been an MP.
Okay.
Yes. But and my issue is this. I knew, because it was public knowledge, before the elections, that we were facing diminishing mineral revenue.
Yes.
Right. Okay, that was public knowledge. I knew that because of the impact of COVID, tourism, which was one of our key revenue earners, had taken a dip. And as a result, everyone knew that the buffers that we had in terms of our foreign reserves, in terms of the government investment account, were diminished. We all knew this.
Right.
We all knew that we were heading for the days for surplus budgets were over, and that we are now entering the era of deficit budgets. The figures were all out there. In Botswana, the central bank releases even their balance sheet on a quarterly basis. So, and as much as some people think the president should be forgiven for saying that he didn't know, I really want him to say, I did not know A, B, and C.
Right.
Because I'll be more than happy to bring to his attention, but Mr. President, this information was
available.
Available. And like you say, it essentially, I'm not sure if honest is the word to do, but I think assuming he knew, then it's dishonesty.
Yes.
It's deception.
Deception,
knew.
yes.
He knew.
It is deception.
He knew.
But also, by virtue of admitting that deception, he has declared himself unfit for that office. Because how exactly are you going to govern a country when the note on which you've started is this one that we are speaking of? How exactly? How then, going forward, can you expect people to trust what it is you're going to do? Because for you to lead a people, they have to trust you.
Yes.
There has to be some degree of trust. But you yourself have begun the process of eroding it.
Yes.
Yes.
You said this is his first term.
It's his first time, yes. It's his first term. There were commitments that he had made.
Yes.
I mean, very, very, very clear. Everyone in Botswana will tell you we voted for him because he said he will create 100,000 jobs within the first 12 months. He had said he will increase the minimum wage to a minimum of 4,000 pula. He had said students will get an allowance of 2,500 pula. He had said old age pension will be increased to 1,800 pula. So you see,
had he said how he was going to do this?
And look, I was an opponent in the last election, and our downfall was to start saying we can only work on building the economy block by doing the following. And that at the end of the 5 years, we will have achieved certain standards. Now, his party came in and they took all the things we said we can do in 5 years. They said we can do them on year one.
But you see, your platform is one of those enduring platforms, because the beauty of everything that we've said so far is that the president has raised expectations.
Yes.
Without a shadow of a doubt, those expectations will not be met.
No doubt.
No, without a shadow of a doubt, because there are certain realities you can't run away from.
Yes.
The moment a country has a situation where the resources and the returns from them are diminishing, even the things you ordinarily took for granted you could do, you will now not be able to do.
Yes.
And people will witness it because it will affect them directly. And when they do, they will remember the other fellows who told them, actually, this thing cannot be done now. We need this number of years in order to be able to. They will remember. Yes.
I know, like I said, I'm singling out my president
Yes.
and my country because those are the ones I know best.
Okay.
But I think we resemble the reality across African countries.
Oh, no, we do.
Yeah.
You do, rather. Yes.
Because, and part of the problem is not only the politicians, which is something that I said at the conference, it's also the voters. The voters need to wisen up. The voters need to understand that the free T-shirt, campaign T-shirt, the free cap, the free meal are not as important as the 5 years which the vote represents. We still have a lot of campaigns around the continent where people vote because of
tokenism.
Yes. I think, a music festival the night before voting, the young people will be out there all wearing the T-shirt of the party that is already failing to deliver on its promises. And on voting day, they just want to be rewarding, using the ballot to reward to pay for the T-shirt, for the cap and the plate of food.
Do politicians distribute money? What here we consider voter bribery, where you go to a rally and give a few, puller.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, even on voting day, one of the things we are now having to do is to really work as marshals to protect your supporters against the attacking hyenas on the queues to vote, who are whispering to them and say, look, this is what we have for you. When you have high levels of poverty, unemployment, as we do in Botswana, at the most conservative estimate for youth unemployment in Botswana is about 38-39%. Yes,
38%,
most conservative youth unemployment estimate in Botswana.
How did you get there?
It's got to go. We're back to the structure of the economy. In that the drivers for economic growth were not sectors that produced jobs, because in the main they were the mineral sector. We've always been talking about diversifying the economy, but unfortunately that has not really taken off. Agriculture, which is another sector that is generally labor intensive and can create jobs, its share to GDP has been diminishing both in absolute and relative terms. It has become a marginal sector in the economy.
Because the governments have not focused on it.
Because the governments have not focused on it. When the government rolled out initiatives to boost the agricultural sector, they were mistargeted and misplaced. To give you an example, there would be years where the total monetary value of the subsidies injected into the sector were more than the monetary value of the output. Meaning, we should rather maybe have just handed out cash to the farmers and asked them not to farm. That is how misaligned they were. So I think we really do need, because Botswana is still home to, I would argue, the best beef in the world.
You have been exporting beef to the EU.
Yes.
For the very longest time.
Yes.
For us, it's still aspirational, but it's something that you have done.
Yes.
Would you say that there was some sort of dependency on the natural resources, and that dependency perhaps is what helped Botswana get to where it is now?
Well, look, the story behind the natural resources, it's a mixed bag. It's both good and bad. It's good in the sense that in the case of Botswana, unlike many other countries, I think one of the things that we stand out clearly as champions of is that we directed a lot of the mineral revenue into developing our infrastructure. The building of roads, the building of schools, the building of hospitals. I went to, by and large, public schools. At one point, I did go to a private school at primary level, but secondary I reverted to a public school. I went to the National University. So, thanks to Botswana Diamonds and the decisions that were made, I got those opportunities. I grew up in a family that did not have medical aid. I was generally a sickly child. So the public health sector has seen me through to this day. Now, what was the downside of this revenue and the dependency that we are talking of? Because we are always running surplus budgets, the public service did not need to be efficient. They knew that even if they are given, for argument's sake, 10 million US dollars for a project, that would ordinarily, if properly managed, cost less than 10 million. They just needed to report back at the end of the financial year that we are not yet done. We are 50%, but we've exhausted the budget. Give us another 10 million US dollars. It will be delivered at the stroke of a pen. So many government projects were delivered out of time and out of budget. It became the default position. It became acceptable. We institutionalized inefficiency in that way because we could afford it. It didn't matter. The public service as we speak today, many international bodies, your World Banks and others, have come to us and said, you have a bloated public service. Your salaries bill, your wage bill, relative to your GDP is too high. You need to do something about it. But no, we did not do anything about it because we could afford to carry the heavy load of the public service. Botswana, with a population of less than 3 million people, has government-owned enterprises upwards of 60. And more are still being created as we speak today. How many are profitable? Certainly less than 5%. Why are we keeping them? The legacy of diamond revenues. We could afford it. It did not matter. Just form a company to do X, Y, and Z. 10 years later, it has never made a profit. It's okay. Every year we'll give them more money. Those days are gone. They are gone because the natural diamond is now in trouble. Synthetic diamonds
have taken over.
They've taken market share. So anyone who thinks that natural diamonds will get back to their glory days is living in Wonderland. Yeah. So we've got to change.
Let me ask this question.
Yes.
There are countries we know of who have had a dependency on natural resources.
Yes.
Some have created sovereign funds.
Yes.
And the sovereign funds have invested that money so that there are returns.
Yes.
Others, well, Dubai is an example that one can give. We talk of Norway, okay? Did Botswana in any way go that way, where there was a sovereign fund and the sovereign fund was invested with a view to the future?
Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. It's only now that we are talking of a sovereign fund when we are running deficit budgets, which means the capitalization of the sovereign fund is going to be an uphill for Botswana. Look, I would say better late than never.
I agree.
Yes, better late than never, because there are now other new minerals that are coming up. Copper.
In Botswana?
In Botswana.
Okay.
I grew up in a copper town, and I'm now at my age living in a village that is the capital of a copper mine, of copper mining.
Do you have copper?
No, I don't.
Well, I mean, if there's copper in the area,
I would if he's mining copper in his land.
No. You don't need to mine it. I'm at the basic level, just having it. The mining can come later.
Right.
You see, if you live in a place which has an abundance of a certain natural resource,
right,
the likelihood of you and the land that you own also having that resource is high. That's really what I'm asking.
Well, let me explain this. And I think it was a good decision by the early administration in Botswana. Just after independence, a decision was made that wherever, and remember, Botswana had nothing at the time.
Yes.
In fact, the first vice president once wrote a book that when we went out to, demand for our independence, our former colonizers were saying we are either very brave or very foolish. because there's nothing. Even with nothing, the early administration moved around and literally got all the tribal leaders to sign up to say you cannot make claim to any mineral that may be discovered in your jurisdiction.
It belongs to the national government.
It belongs to the national government. Yeah, and that is why even with diamonds, should a discovery be made that underneath my father's farm is a good deposit of diamonds, will be relocated. There's no doubt about it. It's as simple as that. And the compensation we will get will not take account of the diamonds. It's only what is on the surface.
What you had on the surface.
Yes. I think it was a good thing, actually, if you ask me, because I've seen in countries where tribes own huge resources which are then deployed to the advancement of one ethnic group. In addition to the copper, we stay in an area where we are home to the Big Five.
Yes.
So essentially, my dad is unable to profitably rear cattle because we have the buffalo in our area, which is a carrier of the foot and mouth disease. We are called a red zone. Even with the suppressed value of his cattle, he still has to contend with elephants breaking his water reservoirs whenever there is low rainfalls. He still has to deal with lions attacking his stock. But he fully understands that he has to coexist with these animals, but his rights to the revenue from tourism are not greater than the rights of Botswana who are living in non-wildlife areas.
Your founding fathers understood equity.
Yes.
Yes, because what you've just described is precisely that. A situation where nobody has an undue advantage over the other because of a resource that they didn't do anything to bring about, they found there.
Yes.
So if there's a benefit, it is spread.
I think it's a principle that we should continue with. The only thing that would be an area of contention for me is that, and speaking to the area I represent, is the richest area in terms of natural resources.
Where you come from?
Yes, where I come from.
Maun,
yes. Like I say, we are home to the Big Five. We are the capital of tourism. But we are also the capital of poverty. We are the poorest region.
This is a nice conundrum. Explain it to me.
When you talk the worst performing schools in the country, they are found in our region. And the reasons, that is not that we are not born dull. Our schools are not doing well because unlike other areas, we have long distances to cover to get to school. Most Botswana would not want to be posted to work in our area. It's unattractive to them.
Is it considered a hardship area?
It's a hardship area.
Okay.
Look, for me to drive from one point to the other in my constituency, which is like 120 kilometers, it takes me between 3 and 4 hours to cover that distance.
Why?
The terrain is bad. The roads are not tarred. There are animals all over the place. I can't drive at night. If you have a mechanical problem, yes. So we house the resource. We accept it's not our resource. It's for the nation at large. But the quarrel would be, shouldn't some regard be made to where for those who are enduring greater hardships by coexisting with that resource? The reason Mozambique had a problem with an uprising of rebels or terrorists, whatever you want to call them,
in the south,
Cabo Delgado, it's because primarily this is a resource-rich area.
It is,
but it also has the highest incidence of poverty. So the residents of that area are starting to question the legitimacy of their government, to the extent that it's unable to service them, and yet they are sitting next to this resource. So this is something, in economics, there's something that they call the paradox of plenty.
Yeah. Yes.
The paradox of plenty simply refers to instances where areas that are endowed with natural resources also coexist
with the highest levels
of poverty. So I think for Botswana, this is something we need to address. Not only Botswana, and other countries, like I'll just give you an example.
You know why it is important? If you look at Nigeria,
yes,
that is natural oil rich.
Yes.
The south predominantly. We know the history of that particular region, and we know of the Biafran War.
Yes.
And we know everything that has gone on.
Yes.
It's like the natural resource that they were endowed with was more like a curse.
It is.
Yes.
There's also the paradox of plenty sometimes is also called the resource curse. I mean, look at South Sudan. Part of the problems of South Sudan is its wealth.
It is.
It's the basis for conflict.
Actually, including Darfur. Part of the problem of Darfur is its natural. Apart from just the oil, they have gold.
Yes.
So the problems are aplenty simply because of that particular resource.
Yes.
Yes.
So in the case of Botswana, like I said,
yes,
I think the principle of equity around natural resources was a good move by those who were in charge of the republic when it was birthed. And by the way, our country is celebrating 60 years next month. So it was a good base that was created.
Yes.
And now what we now need to do is to address the issue of the resource curse, that those closest to the resource must not be worse off than the rest of the country.
I think it is because, one, I was actually going to ask, as a member of parliament, are these not some of the discussions that one must have? The idea of bringing up a bill that actually caters for such an eventuality. You see, where the national government benefits, undoubtedly, but surely there must be a trickle down to the locals so that whatever resource that they feel is under their soil or is within their boundaries also helps them. Our laws allow that in this country. Yes. There's always a division of the spoils. Because we have what you call county governments. And so the county governments will benefit. There are other details that may not necessarily make it an equitable situation, but at least there is a provision that, if followed, guarantees that that particular county will benefit from that natural resource it has. The primary beneficiary is the nation and whoever it is who is investing in it, but there is that room. And much as that helped at the very beginning, if we're talking about the 21st century, there's perhaps need to relook into that particular matter and the legal structure around
look, it's not that there's been no attempt as well on the part of previous governments in Botswana. We have something, you call it this sharing the spoils or splitting of the... Yes. We, in our area, we have something called community-based natural resource management plans. The thinking here was to allow some revenue or revenue to accrue to a community. But this applies differently in different areas. But the best example is where we have hunting of elephants. The quota would be given to the community closest to the hunting area. The community then sells the quota to, and I'm simplifying it, to your international hunters.
Yes.
And from every elephant, the community derives some revenue. But remember, it's so localized. This is not revenue that is going to go into constructing a road. Yeah. This is revenue that could go into constructing a clinic because it's highly localized. But when it comes to who now looks after, because it's a national road, what is central government doing about, like I said, the road I told I need to traverse is only 120 kilometers, but it takes me between 3 and 4 hours. It's not going to be done through community trusts. So I think somehow we need to try and see if we can get a working formula. At the moment, we don't have a working formula.
You know, Botswana is seen as a beacon of hope for many Africans simply because of the way various governments have run the country and how it is with the resources they've had, what they've done for the country. But changing and understanding that a time for change is inevitable and that the thinking must also change if they are to move into the future with the citizenry, I think that becomes paramount. It's something we're dealing with here now.
Yes.
And we were thinking of our new constitution and celebrating it yesterday.
Yes, saw something on television.
Yes, exactly. So these are discussions that we're having now. Yes. And they are robust, and we are a rather opinionated lot as Kenyans. So
Mahesh, before we let you go, because we are literally we have overrun our time.
Yes.
I have a question here from some Kenyans. They're asking, ask the Botswana opposition leader on sustainability of diamonds as a major export, level of diversification of Botswana's political economy, and the impact of Kenyan professionals in Botswana.
Look, we used to believe that diamonds are forever. That was
like James Bond.
Yes, that was the slogan of DBS. We now know that diamonds are not forever.
Yes.
And that is why Botswana is now joining the league of countries that are on the market for loans. Unfortunately, that's where we are.
Yeah.
So we now know that diversification cannot just be a statement. It's something that we now need to act on.
All right.
There is now talk in Botswana and steps being taken on issues such as greater utilization of solar energy, getting a mix of our energy bag. So, and also there's even talk around tourism to say how do we optimize, because we may not actually be making full use of what the resource we have.
Yes.
Kenyan professionals Botswana has had always this open policy. And I think saying it in the background of what has been going on in South Africa, where foreign nationals are being chased out. I had in the public schools that I went to, teachers from all over the continent. Yes.
Okay.
I've worked with Kenyans. I think when my first job as an intern in one municipality, the Kenyan was in charge of do you call it physical planning? But yeah, I got a piece job in a project to designate names to streets.
Okay.
And my boss was a Kenyan. There are a few of them, and they still are. So yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a relative who is actually a doctor in Botswana, even as we're speaking. So for me, I know the reality, and I have friends who've worked in Botswana. Yes.
For me, these borders should not give us an impression that we should exist within our four corners to the exclusion of everyone. If the moment that sense prevails, South Africans thinking let's chase out the foreigners. And Botswana saying, don't even stop here, just leave. Botswana elsewhere. I mean, yesterday I was taken out on a date by a Botswana who works here.
Yes.
During the day I visited someone else who also works here as a Botswana. We are like an omelette. Best served mixed. If you were to say, let's separate everything, I grew the tomato and I just want to eat the tomato alone. The chicken is mine. It will be a tasteless meal.
I agree.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. One last one. Ask Mheshimiwa, is Botswana open for African business to invest?
Yes, Botswana is a fairly open economy. We are always on the road. to attract investors to come in. But I think, and I chair the SADC Parliamentary Forum Committee on Trade. I think the biggest problem amongst African countries is the non-tariff barriers to trade.
Okay.
And these take the form of unharmonized border regulations. You know, a truck driving from South Africa to the DRC loses a lot of time parked at borders on paperwork. Efficient trade would require goods and services to move through borders seamlessly. So these are some of the things that are still being addressed. And, you know, Botswana has to allow other nationals to come and trade because we are less than 3 million. Whatever we manufacture or produce, we need to export.
Okay.
And because we need to export, it makes sense to allow others to also export to Botswana. So we have an import bill that we wish we could address by also growing some of our local industries. But if you are a Kenyan, you are looking for, you think we can add value, yes, do consider Botswana as your investment destination.
Okay.
Yes.
There are several more, but I've just condensed the most important ones. Thank you so much for making time. And if you're around for much longer, or if you happen to come back to Kenya, come back. Let's discuss how we can make this continent better.
Of course, I'll not forget Radio Generation.
Karibu sana.
Yes, Paul. We'll see you some other time.
All right.
Thank you.
Folks, it's a Friday. Let's do this again on Monday morning at exactly 6 in the a.m. Right now, though, here's the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Botswana Member of Parliament Dumelang Salishando has explained the growing influence of traditional leaders in politics. Speaking on Radio Generation today and comparing Botswana and Kenya, Salishando says tribal-based voting risk turning elections into contest